Well, welcome into Fox 35 News Plus this morning. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. We are tracking breaking news. If you're just joining us on Fox Local, on our other streams, we had been listening to a news conference from NASA where they announced some major changes to the upcoming moon missions as part of the Artemis program. So just want to get you briefly caught up on this here as we get underway and let you know a little bit of what those changes are. I can give you a live look at the vehicle assembly building right now. And here's what we know. The Artemis II launch is still expected in the coming weeks. That's the flyby mission of those 4 members of the crew who are going to be launched into space and do that lunar flyby. The Artemis III launch in 2027 is no longer going to the moon. It is no longer landing on the moon. It's going to be doing a low Earth rendezvous instead. The moon landing going to be pushed to 2028, and Artemis IV could be one of 2 attempted moon landings that year. There could be an Artemis IV and an Artemis V moon landing. So that is the big announcement from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, who said this helps create these goals that are more safe and achievable and basically address some of the issues that they think they're running into with that are leading to these issues and delays. So we're going to talk more about that coming up in just a little bit. We'll check in with Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close, who was at that news conference, and we'll listen in more a little bit to that news conference that just wrapped up about an hour long in total as they announced that new plan and took a number of questions. So good morning. Thanks for joining us here on this Friday on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've got a lot of ground to cover over the next 4.5 hours now. And pleased to be joined live by Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, who joins us live here today. And Jess, good to see you.
Good morning.
We are heading into the weekend. I think a lot of people are excited about that. And we know there's also some rain on the way, which is a bit of a bummer for the weekend plans.
I know.
But we know we need that rain too.
We definitely need the rain, and it's not going to be a total loss. I think the timing, honestly, is going to work in our favor for the most part, unless you have plans for this evening. A little dicey, but other than that, it's going to be a pretty good stretch of some much needed rain. But again, it's going to be happening for the most part after sunset tonight and into the overnight. So that is some better news. But again, we need the rain, so we'll take whatever we can get at this point. Temperatures today are also going to be quite warm. We're going to make it to a high of 82 today in Orlando. But as those temperatures go up and the sun goes down, our rain chances will be going up. So we're looking at around a 70% chance of rain. As of right now, it looks like the earliest onset of the heavy rain will arrive by, say, 7, 8 o'clock. But we'll likely see some rain as early as, say, noon, even maybe an isolated shower or 2, and even say 3 to 4 o'clock. So by 4 p.m., we are going to be expecting some isolated to scattered showers. This is the very latest model run we have of this model in particular. This is what we call the HRRR, and it does show we have some scattered downpours popping up, really still fairly isolated. Things do grow a bit more widespread moving in from the west as we head closer to, say, about 5, 6, 7 o'clock. This might even impact the afternoon dismissal, just in terms of rain, not necessarily lightning, but just in terms of some scattered rain. We could see some heavy pockets of rain too. But again, 8 o'clock is when that really, I would say 7 to 8 o'clock is when that really heavy, steady round is going to be moving in, and it will stick with us all the way through the overnight through about say midnight, 1 a.m. And then as we look ahead towards our Saturday, we're going to be drying things out slowly but surely. Some lingering showers, certainly not out of the question here, but when it comes to the heaviest round, it looks like it's going to be taking place between the hours of around 7, 8 o'clock and then say 1 a.m. Some lingering showers, again, still possible for our Saturday. I would say the heaviest is going to be taking place again before sunrise. We can't, though, completely rule out a few lingering showers as we head to tomorrow afternoon. Same for Sunday. Sunday is going to be more so a coastal shower or 2 possible, but temperatures will still be fairly seasonable, which is good news. So pretty close to normal. 75 for a high Saturday, 77 for Sunday. And then looking at our 7-day forecast, you'll notice that I know it looks a little dreary as we head to tomorrow, but it's not going to be a total loss. It's mostly during the morning hours. And then as we head to next week, maybe a stray shower or 2 with a 10% chance. I know it's a pretty measly chance, but just enough to where we put it on there, and we might increase it to a 20% chance, mostly taking place near the coast. But big takeaway, the fact that we're going to stay warm, not a cold night in sight, really. The lowest temperature we've got is 58 as we head to Sunday morning, which is totally manageable. Our normal high is 77, and we'll be above that actually for much of next week.
Yeah, those temperatures are pretty nice. Now let's talk about the drought situation, because
Totally.
we know that we've been dealing with a lot of brush fires and that kind of thing. So we do have several days, or at least a couple of days, with some pretty significant rain chances.
Yep.
What does that do for where we are right now when it comes to drought and that fire risk around the area?
That's a good question, because the thing is, we do have the chance of a couple thunderstorms, and if we have any sort of cloud to ground lightning, even though it would still be raining, it can still spark a brush fire.
Yeah.
That's not completely out of the equation. That being said, it will, briefly help with some of maybe our brush fires out there, but in terms of the drought, we are talking, we're about 10 to 15 inches behind schedule, at least in some spots. Some spots, even say close to Marion County or Gainesville, we're about in a rainfall deficit, so behind schedule by about 24 inches, so about 2 feet. So this, yes, will help temporarily, but in the grand scheme of things, we need a lot more rain. So it does look like we'll have a little bit more of an active pattern, which is good in terms of more rain chances, but it'll maybe help to keep us from getting worse, I guess you could say. Kind of keeping us right where we're at, which is better than it getting worse, obviously.
Yeah.
But we'll take whatever we can get, of course. But
yeah, like you said, we need it.
Yes.
We know we need it. It's not as much as we need, but
Right.
it, like you said, at least helps us keep from
Chip
going
away.
in the wrong direction.
exactly, yeah, we can kind of chip our way slowly but surely in the right direction, hopefully, because obviously we don't want that 15 inches of rain all at once.
Right.
but this will help us a little bit, just to kind of, so we could see some pockets over an inch, so we'll take it.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, we appreciate you joining us. As we get ready for a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando. You can see some of those clouds on this Friday morning. Thanks for joining us here on Fox Local and YouTube. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's give you a live look right now outside the building where Bill Clinton is being deposed as part of this Jeffrey Epstein probe. We know his wife, Hillary Clinton, was deposed yesterday. We will hear in a little bit from some of the Republicans and Democrats who spoke outside of that building ahead of the depositions being taken, including Anna Paulina Luna, Republican from Florida, and Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida. So we're keeping an eye on that situation. Meanwhile, just a little bit ago, earlier today in Brevard County, Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier was speaking with law enforcement, the sheriffs of Volusia County, Brevard County. There are other law enforcement agencies there as well, announcing the results of a 2-day crackdown on illegal gambling. They say they seized more than 500 illegal gambling machines from 40 different locations, and they also seized about $200,000 in cash. Here's the Attorney General talking about what they found.
Good morning. It's great to be here, see everybody. Today we're here to announce the largest ever, really the first of its kind, sweeping takedown of unlawful casino gambling operations. Joining me this morning, we've got two of our great sheriffs, Wayne Ivey and Sheriff Chitwood out of Volusia County. We also have Florida Gaming Control Commission Chair Julie Brown. We have our new Executive Director of the Gaming Commission, Alana Zimmer. We also have Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Chief of Homeland Security, Mike Schell, and Titusville Police Chief John Lau. This morning we're here to announce about 40 unlawful gambling operations were taken down in the last few days as part of a widespread sting, taking down locations in Volusia, Brevard, Duval, and Flagler counties. About 40 locations, as I said. Right now we're at 525 machines, almost 200,000 in cash seized, and that number is only going up as these collections continue. This isn't just bingo or Uno at the dining room table. As you can see behind me, you've got sophisticated machinery, large devices. We've got two warehouses here, stuff from floor to ceiling with these big casino games. If you're out there and you want to go gamble and you think, oh, wow, it's in a nail salon, that's probably too good to be true. It is too good to be true. These are unlawful sites. They not only suck revenue out of our economy, away from our state, but they also facilitate more serious crimes. So people at home, we've had some judges out there, they think that this unlawful gambling is not a big deal, it's not worth their time, but I'm here to tell you it is dangerous, it is violent. You almost always see connections to money laundering, to human and drug trafficking, to burglary, drugs, weapons. It is serious. And here in Florida, it is going to stop. Rule of law is not just a slogan here, it is a commitment. So yeah, we're going to take down child predators. Yes, we're going to take down drug traffickers. We're going to take down criminal aliens. And we're going to take down unlawful gambling operations. The game is over. I want to thank the interagency partners for being here. That's why we're so effective here in Florida. Our sheriffs, our police chiefs, our federal partners, our Gaming Control Commission, which is still kind of in its infancy. When we negotiated the Seminole Gaming Compact and the legislature ratified it several years ago, the Gaming Control Commission was a great thing to come out of that deal. It's a new entity that's going to have more independence, that's going to focus on unlawful gaming. You've got a great gaming law enforcement division. I want to thank Carl Harold, who's the director of that. And they're on this all day, every day. They understand the dangers associated with unlawful gaming, and they're going to take them down one by one by one. This is just the beginning. Over 2026 and beyond, you're going to see a lot more of this. We're going to be spanning all over the state. It's not just isolated to this region, and we know that. So if you are operating one of these facilities or you're thinking about operating one, this is your warning. Don't roll the dice. Don't test your luck. Do not bet against the house on this one, I promise you. It is not going to work out well for you. Part of why this has been rampant over the years is the penalties are too low. It's been just a misdemeanor for operating one of these. Now, we usually get people on the bigger crimes, as I've mentioned, so we're going to put you away for as long as possible. But when you're operating one of these facilities, a basic misdemeanor is not enough. So we've been calling on the legislature to heighten the penalties. They're working on some bills right now. I'm optimistic that you will have felonies for people that want to engage in this behavior. The risk is not going to be worth the reward. If you want to go out and game, there are lawful ways to do it in Florida. If you want a sports bet, there's one, online, the Hard Rock application. It is lawful. That was part of this deal with the state. It brings in billions and billions for the state that's going to go towards education and the environment. Our partnership with the Seminole tribe and that compact is wonderful. It's transparent. It's regulated. We know there's no shady business, there's no trafficking, there's no drugs. It's all highlighted. It is regulated. It is safe. That is where you should go. In-person gaming, you've got several, Seminole reservations. I think the big Hard Rock Guitar and Hotel, you can't really miss it down there in Broward County. There's several licensed pari-mutuel facilities, again, regulated by the state, transparent, safe, following the law. Go to those locations. Again, stay away from this stuff. This is illegal. It's going to get you in trouble. So I'll conclude again by saying working with law enforcement every single day is the best part of this job. It's an honor for me. I get to come up here and highlight a lot of their great work, but they're doing the job. Sheriff's deputies, the police chief and his team, the gaming control enforcement officers, they put their lives on the line. They go into some dangerous and hostile territories. I heard we did have some illegal aliens associated with some of these operations. They do God's work. They fight for our families. And I'm happy to fight for them. So with that, I will turn it over to the, I wish I could call him the best looking sheriff in Florida, but he certainly got the best sense of humor. Sheriff Ivey.
He will tell us who's the best looking general.
I am the only sheriff here with both my hands working today. So good morning, everybody. I'm gonna touch base. I've got some prepared remarks about an hour long, and then I think Sheriff Chitwood's got about 30 minutes worth. But I want to touch on the cooperation, and first call out is to our Attorney General, who has made protecting our citizens here in the state of Florida his mission, and not just as the Attorney General, but as his time with as Chief of Staff for the Governor. He was focused on getting the right laws in place, getting us the resources that we needed, and he continues to do that as our Attorney General, making sure that Florida is not only leading the country, but is setting the bar for the rest of the country to follow. So first call out to him. Secondly is to the partnership that we have with the Gaming Commission. Carl Azam and his team have just been phenomenal for us in working these. And these are not easy cases to work. These, you see the volume of evidence that has been seized in these. The team has to go through quite a process to be able to get to that point where we're not only making arrests and seizing property and money and everything else, but they're having to put in quite a bit of investigative time. And the general said it best. This is against the law. All right, it's not up for debate. It's not about whether there's other crimes or anything. We work all of those crimes. Every crime that's on the books, we are going to work, we are going to enforce, and we are going to arrest the perpetrators that break that law. So when you look at this against the law, the money laundering that goes into it, the volume of people that are being impacted. I have people that tell me their parents, their grandparents are going into these places and losing all their money, their life savings and everything else, because they're being led to believe that there's a bright hope at the end of this. Well, there's not. And when you look at the impact across the board, from those that are involved in it illegally to the money being used for other criminal activity, that's why we enforce this. So we are going to stay the course. We're working together. This was a joint operation between not only the Gaming Commission, Attorney General, our agency, Titusville Police Department, Volusia County Sheriff's Office, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, all inclusive. Flagler County was involved in this, all inclusive across the board. And it's a great team effort, but it's also a great team result. And I think that's what's important here, is that we are going, in the state of Florida, we are going to enforce the law. And the rest of the states are scratching their head, trying to figure out why their crime rates are through the roof. It's because they turn a blind eye to certain crimes and don't really focus on the other crimes. In Florida, we will put your ass in jail for anything you do. If you spit on that sidewalk, we're going to lock you up, especially here in Brevard County.
Attorney General, Gambling Commission, we thank you for being the tip of the spear on this, what's going on in our communities. Let me say this. If it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, if it swims like a duck, it's a duck. What we're seeing here is illegal gambling and everything that the Attorney General talked about. It's not regulated. They're shipping money out of this country by the millions and millions and tens of millions of dollars. They're funneling terrorism, human trafficking, and drug smuggling. Just in Volusia County alone, on February 2nd, as part of an investigation, we had a car stop. $193,000 was recovered from one of the operators of one of these dens of iniquity, okay? Money stuffed in cereal boxes, trash bags, and pillowcases. And what he told my deputies was, oh, I'm making a donation to the Catholic Church in Gaza. Now, my nose might be big and I might have a mustache. You think we swallowed that? No. So what we need to really do is line up behind this Senate Bill 1580. This is going to make it a felony. This is going to give the Attorney General to go after these gangs, because that's what they are, and charge them under RICO statute. So there's a real penalty for this. And lastly, my message for Volusia County is for you slumlords that rent these places out for these den of iniquity to rob from our people. We're going to start naming and shaming you as well, because there's a group of them in my county that are leasing 10, 20 of these buildings out that are wreaking havoc on our community.
Next, we'll have Julie Brown, the commissioner, chairman of the Gaming Commission. I want to give her a big shout out, because standing up a new agency is not easy, but it's taken several years, and this agency is now ready for action, legitimate, and carrying, packing a heavy punch. And today is the first you're going to see on that. So thank you, Julie.
Thank you so much, and what an honor it is to be here to recognize the great work that our Gaming Commissioner officers have been doing, as well as our partners here. Grateful to have the sheriffs that are here today, as well as the sheriffs who we partner with in the Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, and Duval counties. More importantly, I want to thank Attorney General, who has made this a top priority issue for him. Even before he became Attorney General, he truly cares about combating illegal gambling, who preys on those who are most vulnerable in Florida. It is a true collaboration. We cannot do this without the help of all of our partners here, as well as the support of the Governor DeSantis, the legislature. We're doing so much, and I could tell you 2026, this year already has kicked off monumental efforts. I'm so proud of the work and furthering our mission to protect the integrity of legal gambling in the state of Florida. Illegal gambling does continue to evolve and morph, and we're seeing it more and more in our communities today. And strong enforcement is so critical. Our gaming operations have intensified against these shadow operations as we continue our efforts on the ground floor here, in the courts, as well as in the legislature, and hopeful that our bill does get past 1580. I want to thank the wonderful teamwork with all of you here today. I know that our partnership is going to continue to thrive over the next few years. I want to remind everybody that slot machines are illegal in these casinos. They're not tested, they're not regulated, they provide no consumer protections for the players. There's no assurance of fair play, equitable payout. Illegal gambling operations also evade taxes that are very important to our local communities and our state. As our commission continues to step up its fight against illegal gambling in Florida, we are going to continue increasing our efforts and attacking these sophisticated schemes that are occurring in our communities. If anybody has a concern about illegal gambling in your backyard, please do not hesitate to call the Florida Gambling Control Commission or contact us on our website at any time. I want to thank you again, Attorney General, sheriffs, all of our partners here for the great work we're doing, and as well as our staff so much. Thank you.
All right. Last but not least, we've got Mike Schell, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Chief of Homeland Security.
Thank you, Attorney General. So, as stated by those here before me, the success of this operation rests squarely on the collective partnerships that are here today. For the past several years since their creation, JSO's enjoyed a strong working relationship with the Florida Gaming Control Commission, as well as the Florida Division of Alcoholic Beverages of Tobacco, regularly engaging in enforcement action against these illegal gambling operations. Over the past 3 days, we worked with our partners at the Gaming Commission and DABT, taking enforcement action against 17 illegal gambling locations within Duval County. Those locations include restaurants, bars, convenience stores, and arcade centers, which are essentially strip mall casinos. These illegal gambling operations prey on some of the most vulnerable members of our society, the elderly and those on fixed income. Moreover, these operations historically draw violent crime and narcotics activity. I'm going to share just a few statistics from Duval County alone for these past 3 days. So this operation resulted in 5 felony arrests, 14 misdemeanor arrests, 112 gambling machines seized, more than $62,000 in funds associated with the illegal gambling seized, and 2 firearms seized. And again, that's just for Duval County. I want to thank the Attorney General and all of our partners up here for the leadership and support during this operation and over the past several years. Jacksonville couldn't do this on our own, and Jacksonville is a safer place because of these partnerships. Thank you, sir.
It's game over, but there's going to be more to come. They think they can hide in the back of restaurants, nail salons, fake sham arcades, behind blacked out windows. Some have been brazen, actually. Some literally said gaming inside. Those were easy. But to those that tried to pretend they were other legitimate businesses, nevertheless, we figured it out. So we will be out there, we will be investigating, we will be enforcing, and we will be prosecuting. So thank you. I think we had time for a few questions, if anybody has any.
Specific location. Can you give any details about how this got underway, who was arrested, what was going on here exactly?
Yeah, I'll start out, and then if anybody wants to add, we kind of zoned in on a region, and it's not that hard to identify several locations. So we started putting a list of locations together. This behind us is warehouse space where we're storing these very large devices. Again, it's over 525 at this point, and I think a few more are still coming in. So we're going to be doing these stings, these sweeps across the state, other regions. I won't tell you where's next, but again, I wouldn't roll the dice if you're doing this illegal stuff at home.
So this wasn't one of the locations?
This wasn't, was it? No, this is just a storage site. You can look behind, see, and we just have some examples, but there's this one, and then there's another warehouse right next door, and they're lined from floor to ceiling all the way back.
And all the machines that here has been seized?
These have been seized as part of this operation spanning several counties,
And
yes.
How many?
525, I think, is where we're at now, but we are still, this is concluding this morning, so that number might change a little bit.
And out of the
525 machines, yes.
and how many different businesses do you know?
About 40. It might be 39 or 40 at this point, and again, this is still concluding as we speak, so those numbers might shift a little bit. Don't give me promotion, yeah.
You mentioned criminal aliens a few times in this news conference, and it begs the question, when will Floridians get paid back for alligator Alcatraz? You assured us that the federal government would pay for that. What's the price tag up to now?
Yeah, I don't know the exact price tag that's run. Alligator Alcatraz is operated by the Division of Emergency Management. I have no reason to believe that the federal government is not going to reimburse. I know there's been expansive litigation that's bounced from trial court up to the appellate court. I do believe that the state, will largely be reimbursed for those costs, given that we were delegated by the federal government. It was approved. The president went down there for the grand opening. We were helping out as they were trying to get Congress to strike a deal and provide resources for this important mission. So I think the state's footing of the bill, in the long term, will go down as the feds take leadership in an area that is a federal responsibility. But we were happy to help. I know the media, tried to spin Alligator Alcatraz is closed. It never closed, not for a day. And I looked at a lot of the people that were detained there, and you got people that were wanted for murder, rape, abuse of children, some of the most heinous crimes. I wish that the media was focused more on the victims that suffered in some of the most horrific ways, rather than sitting there and crying for people that are not even American citizens, the people that elect our leaders to go out and fight the good fight. So we're working with the feds, and we'll get where we need to go.
Can someone, we got all the guys here who can answer this question. Can someone talk about the open carry at Bike Week?
Open carry at Bike Week? What do you guys
Main
want?
Street, I guess that'll be the.
I'll take these so they don't blow away here.
It's going to be a lot safer at Bike Week. I'll say
Yeah,
that.
we have. So, what's your question about that?
Just what's your thoughts on open carry?
It's the law in the state of Florida. You have a right to open carry. So we are not anticipating any problems. I think we have enough resources between the cities, the county, the state, and in some cases we do have federal resources that will be in Volusia County working, especially with these organized motorcycle gangs that tend to want to wreak havoc in certain areas. But we're fairly comfortable with what's about to happen this weekend and the next 10 days.
And look, I'll say, the right to bear arms, it is just that. It is a right. It was put in our Constitution for a reason. Our founding fathers, they feared a tyrannical government, and they wanted to make sure that people had the ability to protect themselves if needed. So it is that a right. That said, we take law and order very seriously. If people abuse that right and they engage in criminal activity, if they use a weapon unnecessarily in a way that is threatening, harassing, incites violence or harm on others, we're going to go after them, and we're going to enforce the law.
Shifting gears a little bit, can you comment on the emergency rule for 708 ban and why that's not being put forward?
So the question's on the 708 emergency rule. You might remember several months ago, after we received reports from a large majority of the counties across the state that there was a new kratom extract, chemically enhanced version of kratom that we identified in a lab was 10 to 13 times more potent than morphine. So we did something that's very rare. We issued an emergency rule rescheduling this to be an unlawful drug. At the end of the day, our kids are my #1 priority. This stuff was on shelves in 7-Elevens and convenience stores at the fingertips of kids, and we saw ER rates going up. So that's where I do believe it's appropriate for government to step in and take action. We did so. The legislature has to ratify that rule, or it will no longer be in effect. I know they've been looking at it, and it's still under debate. These things get heavily lobbied as industry is powerful on many sides. So I hope that they will ratify it. I think our kids depend on them, the legislative leaders, to look out for our little ones. But if they don't do that, we continue to get more evidence and data that this is dangerous. And it's not, by the way, it's not just kratom. We see some very toxic hemp products that are out there. And I know Congress has already taken some action. We're looking to step in our office and crack down where you have dangerous products that are hurting our kids. Yeah. I have no reason to believe we're not going to be reimbursed by the federal government where we've carried out a federal mission that's been approved by them. I'm not sure exactly what FDLE, still needs. I do know that our immigration board that was created over a year ago at the state level handed out, tens of millions of dollars just this last couple weeks, trying to get our sheriffs and local law enforcement paid back for them stepping up and taking on a heightened burden to protect our state and enforce against illegal immigrants. Look, it's important. Not everybody's malicious. No, I get it. But when we do these child predator takedowns, we're not looking for illegal aliens. We're looking for anybody that's online trying to go sleep with a little girl. And every time we end up with 15-20% or more illegal aliens that end up in these sweeps. Again, we're not going looking for illegal aliens. We're looking for child predators. But that ratio, I think, shows how disproportionately high the crime was coming in over the southern border, tied in with large-scale drug and human trafficking. So thank God President Trump and his team shut down the border for once and for all. We still have a lot of crime to fight here in Florida, but we got the best dang team in the country when it comes to law and order. So happy to be a part of it. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer speaking at that news conference earlier today. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's give you a live look right now at the Vehicle Assembly Building. And we learned just a little bit ago at a news conference live from Kennedy Space Center about delays of the upcoming moon landing, I should say, as part of some broader changes within the Artemis program. Going to bring in Ken Kramer, who is the managing editor of Space Up Close, who joins us live now. He was part of that news conference just a little bit ago at the Kennedy Space Center. And Ken, we appreciate you joining us to talk about it today.
Well, thanks for having me. Very exciting announcements today.
What do you make of this? We heard Administrator Isaacman say this is a step that is really needed to be taken to make sure things stay on a safe but achievable path. What is your take on this decision to really overhaul the Artemis program and the mission objectives?
I think it's a really great choice. The launch cadence has to increase. As he said, it's not good to launch every 3.5 years. That's what the situation is now. We really need to be launching much more frequently, almost every year. During Apollo, it was every few months, really. And that keeps the teams primed. It keeps them working well, and it keeps everything very exciting. And it's a step-by-step approach. So what they have done is added a new mission and changed the objectives of Artemis III. So Artemis III will now be a Earth orbiting rendezvous mission with the lunar lander. So it'll be very much like Apollo 9 back in the Apollo era, where the first time the lunar module flew was in Earth orbit, and then the command module docked with it. So that's what they're going to try and do in this case with the lunar modules from Blue Origin and from SpaceX. And so that would happen sometime next year, mid next year, late next year. And if that all works out, then that would set up a lunar landing potentially in 2028 by the end, or maybe the next year. But this will gain confidence in the lunar landing system, the human landing system, which is still under development right now, and that's really what needs to do. That's what NASA did in the Apollo program, tested it out before sending it to the moon. So I think it'll be really great. They're just developing the plans right now. So we asked about like when they would name astronauts. That's yet to be done. What's the orbit going to be? Maybe somewhere in low Earth orbit, but it's yet to be determined. So I think this is a really great decision because it'll increase confidence and it will test out the hardware. But there are going to have to be some changes to the human landing system also, I think.
Ken, we heard a lot of talk today about the importance of increasing the flight rate. Why is that important? Why is that helpful when you're talking about trying to address some of the issues that have been cropping up in this?
Well, if you're only launching every 3 years, it's really like an experiment. And when you're changing the hardware, like for the hydrogen, with these leaks, you're not gaining a lot of experience with how to deal with these issues. So by increasing the flight rate, with hardware really that already exists for the core stage, you're going to be able to standardize the procedures more, test out what works and what doesn't work. And so that'll build a lot more confidence. Apollo was, it had its issues too, but they did launch every 3 months, and that's what we need to get to in Apollo. So it gives the team experience so that they don't atrophy in their skills. Just practicing simulations all the time is just not like the real world. So we need these real world experiences. It's good for the team. It's good for public outreach. And the contractors, at least for the core stage and the upper stage and the Orion capsule, those components already exist, so they can be built. The real issue is the human landing system, and that's really yet to be defined. And I asked about that because I think they're going to need a little bit of a simpler architecture than what's proposed by SpaceX with 10 to 30 refueling missions. That's going to have to be simplified next year in order to accomplish this next year. And so we'll see how that all works out. So they still have to develop the plans, but I think is a great idea to standardize the rockets and increase the flight rate.
You mentioned some of the things that you think need to continue to change. What are some of the additional adjustments that you think need to be made?
Well, for SpaceX, they're proposing 10 to 30 cryogenic refueling missions, which, eventually you have to get there. But that is not going to be accomplished with Starship by the middle of next year. All right. So they've got to come up with a simplified approach. And I asked about that, and they're a little vague on how that's exactly going to happen. And with Blue Origin, they're planning to launch the initial version of their lunar lander will be uncrewed. They call it the Mark I lander. That should launch later this year sometime. It's in vacuum testing right now, and hopefully launch, the second half of this year. But that is going to have to evolve to their human lander, which is the Mark II. So they've got to come up with something in between, like a Mark 1.5, where they upgrade it for humans, but it's not the fully capable system that they will eventually have. So that's got to be the case for both SpaceX and Blue Origin. They want to try and land on the moon in 2028, but I kind of really doubt that can happen. But by testing an intermediate lunar lander in next year sometime, I think we'll gain a lot of confidence in eventually getting to the human landing on the moon. And like I said, that's what Apollo did. So they've got to simplify the human landing system architecture so it can be done in a reasonable number of time and with a reasonable number of launches. For example, the Chinese are only doing 2 or 3 launches, and they're hot on our heels, and they're going to have their taikonauts on the moon by the end of the decade. They only need 2 launches to get that done, 2 or 3 launches, 1 for the crew and 1 for the human lander on the moon. And we've got to get close to that, at least in these initial tests, and then gradually build it up to more complex architecture where we can have a sustained presence on the moon at the South Pole where the water is.
If this is a case that we have already seen a number of delays, that there already has been a low flight rate,
right?
How then are they going to increase that flight rate and still be able to keep this schedule without further delays and just pushing that next moon landing even further down the road?
Well, that'll be the question, really, whether they can accomplish that. It is a very ambitious program, but I think they need these goals in order to get something done. We just can't wait forever to get things done. So these incremental steps will help. But the funding needs to be there. Right now it is. Hopefully the administration and the Congress will continue that funding, and we'll take it from there.
Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close. We always appreciate you joining us and sharing your expertise and perspective with us. And thanks for joining us from Kennedy Space Center today.
Sure, and they're still working on Artemis II to get those seals fixed, and hopefully it'll roll out soon, and your viewers can watch it hopefully in early April.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Ken, thanks.
All right, thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's give you a live look right now at Lake Eola in downtown Orlando. See some of those birds flying around as well on this beautiful Friday morning as we are heading into the weekend. Welcome back in. Thanks for watching us on Fox Local and YouTube right now. And there's a lot going on this weekend, far beyond the boundaries of downtown Orlando. So joining us live now to talk about it in our Community Crossroads segment, we've got our friend Ashley Edwards, Content Execution Manager with the UNation, who is joining us live via Zoom. And Ashley, good morning.
Good morning, Garrett. We have so much happening and it's beautiful right now, but looks like it might rain over this weekend, but we're not going to let that crush our mood because we have so many great events happening.
Yeah, you can't, you just got to make some extra preparations for it just in case, but we're not going to let it spoil things. Starting with the Strawberry Festival going on this weekend.
Yeah, over at Amberbrook Farms in Eustis, Florida. So it's a little bit of a drive outside of Central Florida, but trust me, guys, it is worth the drive. It is worth the experience. They have fresh strawberry picking. You pick sunflowers and zinnias, strawberry-themed treats and desserts, food trucks and other local eats, wine tastings, which are my personal favorite, live music, entertainment, those fuzzy farm animals that you get to play with, games, other outdoor activities, and photo ops galore over at Amberbrook Farms. We love it there. It is so much fun. It is a perfect day trip. It's a perfect family activity location. It's also perfect for a little date night. So if you're looking to kind of continue the love from Valentine's Day over this spring, this is a great place for you guys.
And Ashley, there's a lot of things included in the tickets, but there are also some add-ons as well.
Oh, there is so much. So some included fun, like that bubble barn that we saw, the ball zone, jump pads, and then there's also like 20% off the strawberry pickings and $2 a stem for those sunflowers. They also have a happy hour from 2 to 3 p.m. for half off drinks, and that's all included and add on to your tickets.
Right, and now let's talk about Panda Fest, also going on this weekend. Always a great time at Festival Park.
Panda Fest is actually one of the biggest outdoor Asian food festivals in the U.S., and it's coming right here to the heart of Orlando. They have ticket prices are like $14 for general admission on Friday and Sunday. On Saturday, it does jump up to $16, but listen when I tell you all of what you can expect in that ticket. You get 2 free gifts on entry, which is 1 customized panda pin with an Orlando feature and a headband, over 80 food vendors, over 200 Asian street food vendors, 200 merchandise vendors, and Asian culture performances, panda-related merchandise. Garrett, they even have a panda inflatable and a bounce house. Like, they have so much. They are leaning into this theming. And again, this is a perfect place for families and for foodies alike right here in the heart of Central Florida.
I mean, who doesn't love pandas, first of all? Just to see all the panda things out there. I mean, that in itself is a draw.
I love how much they are leaning into this theming. I think it's so much fun. It's such like a great way to celebrate the culture as well. And just like a really fun and exciting and eye-catching way.
Yeah, really cool event out there, and just seeing all the food offerings there in the video, making my mouth water. Certainly a lot to offer, and 80 plus food vendors, 200 plus Asian street food. I mean, it's huge.
You have to come hungry. I was scrolling through the list of vendors earlier today and my mouth just dropped because you can see that number, but it's different when you're scrolling through the list of vendors and you're like, oh my goodness gracious, this is taking me so long just to look at the list. So come hungry, come ready to eat.
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, and then after you get your fill there, there's also an opportunity this weekend for some health and fitness as well in the downtown area.
Exactly. So your weekend is planned. You go get your fill at the Panda Fest, and then you go and do some yoga at the Yoga Health and Fitness Expo. It is the 12th annual happening in Lake Eola. It's from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The event itself is free, but you do need to register online. And guys, there's only a few spots left, so act very quick. Some insider tips, definitely bring a yoga mat and some water. There will be vendors there and you can, get some extra things, but they do fill up quickly for these sessions and you want to act fast. So make sure you come a little bit prepared. Arrive early to secure a good spot for that opening group yoga session. That the biggest crowd tends to happen right at the start of the day. So that's a heads up. Also, weather can be a little bit unpredictable in Orlando, as we know. So come prepared. It'll be a little bit chillier in the mornings. Obviously, when we hit that peak of 3 p.m., it gets very hot. So bring layers. It might rain over the weekend. So just overall, be prepared for whatever's going to happen at an outdoor event. Also, the grass at Lake Eola can get a little dewy sometimes. So bring a towel if you don't want to do yoga on wet grass. Cash definitely comes in handy for those local vendors, so bring some cash and also comfortable walking shoes. Yes, you can do yoga barefoot in socks, but definitely recommend walking shoes for walking around this event at Lake Eola. It's a beautiful, beautiful park, beautiful walking trails you'll want to go explore, and you'll want to be comfortable while doing it.
Yeah, a lot of great pro tips there, and what a great place to have something like that. I mean, you're just talking about a really beautiful, park and section of town there.
They've sectioned out like the greenery area. You'll get to see the beautiful swans. The fountain will be going. You'll get to see the amphitheater. I love Lake Eola. I think it's one of the hidden gem little charm parts of, I mean, literally, hi, it's behind me. Lake Eola, look how pretty she is. So definitely being able to have a yoga session here is just so grounding and so good for the soul. So definitely hit that up this weekend.
And we can't forget the Central Florida Fair, a mainstay. I mean, that's also going on.
That's also going on. It's going on now through March 8th. So I know we have a lot of events for you happening this weekend. So if you can't make it this weekend, guys, it's happening next weekend too. You're good. You're solid. It's happening 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays. And then on weekends, it opens at 12 p.m. So even more time on weekends, but don't count out those weekdays. This is actually the 114th Central Florida Fair, which is insane. This has been going on for 114 years. So another reason to come celebrate. Yesterday was the first day. So you've already beaten those first day crowds if you go this weekend. You'll have your favorite midway games, food, live music, entertainment, livestock shows, and you get to go have and pet like the fuzzy cows, which are my favorite, some other competitive exhibits, and all of the fun at the Central Florida Fair. They have the most insane eats, the most insane rides, and the cutest animals. So it's a great event for your family to go to. It's also great with friends. It's great with romantic partners. It is just overall a really, really exciting time to be in Central Florida and celebrate at the fair.
Yeah, and certainly, like you said, if you can't make it out this weekend, you're gonna have more chances. So that's great to know. Now let's talk about our local spotlight as well, because I know you wanted to highlight a few new restaurants that are opening around the area.
Garrett, it feels like we are getting new restaurants in Orlando every time we look around. I feel like it's at least once a week, which is so, so exciting. So we have 3 new spots for you to check out this in Orlando. So definitely put these on your radar, make a night to go. First off, we have Moonwalk Kitchen and Lounge, which is in iDrive. It definitely brings a modern flair to classic Chinese cuisine. So when you go, you can order your favorites, orange chicken, sesame chicken, General Tso's. Like they really bring that traditional Chinese flavor in an elevated space. So it's very, very beautiful inside. We also have Jala Indian cuisine in Winter Park, which another is a really elevated space. It really is a tribute to the beautiful cultural dishes of India, and you can have those favorite dishes while also trying something a little bit new. So they have an entire list of naan bread, garlic naan, cheese naan. I was checking out their menu the other day, and there was like 5 different options of naan, and the bread lover in me was so excited about this. It is absolutely beautiful inside. So if you're looking for more traditional Indian cuisine, you can also head over there. And then for a final new spot, we have Rock Sushi Grill in Altamont Springs. And this is an unlimited sushi buffet. All items are a la carte. They also have some made-to-order sushi. So they have fresh-made sushi rolls, sashimi and nigiri, hot chicken grill items, appetizers, tempura, other fried favorites, and a full bar with drinks and cocktails. So you can order as much as you like, made fresh to order, perfect for lunch, dinner, family, friends, and other special occasions. And as always, healthy ingredients, quality ingredients at a great value.
Well, I hope everybody was taking notes here, because you gave us so many great things to keep in mind, some new places to try as well.
I know we went through them really, really fast, but we also have them all on our platform, YouNation. So if you want to dive deeper into those, maybe you want to learn more about what's going on this weekend outside of the other options, you guys can download our free YouNation app. You can also connect with us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando. We do have visuals of all of these. If you're a more picture person, you can go and check out them there.
Right, Ashley Edwards, Content Execution Manager with YouNation. We appreciate you joining us for our Community Crossroads, and have a good weekend.
Thank you so much, Garrett.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you that live look at Lake Eola and downtown Orlando. Keep it right here, though. We've got much more to come on Fox Local and YouTube right after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I didn't say Friday morning because I figured by the time I finished saying it and you heard me say it, that it would end up being Friday afternoon, because right now it is noon on Friday. Not that we are counting down toward the weekend or anything, but we are certainly looking forward to a couple of days off. I'm sure you are too. We just talked with our friends at YouNation to give you a few ideas of things around town and around the area, that if you are looking for something to do. We also checked our forecast a little bit ago. So going to be on the watch for some rain tonight especially, but some of the other times this weekend. Just be prepared for it. Shouldn't ruin plans, but could certainly put a damper on them in some ways. We know Bike Week is starting in Daytona. And we heard from officials earlier today talking about safety and some ways to make sure everything goes well. So we're going to hear more about that in just a little bit. We are also continuing to monitor the depositions of Bill Clinton, who is testifying in New York right now. We heard from members of Congress, that House Oversight Committee, speaking earlier. Excuse me, getting a little choked up. Speaking earlier today about the testimony and what they expected to hear. The day after, Hillary Clinton testified as well. We heard from a couple of our Florida members of Congress as well, including Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican from Florida, and then Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida as well. They spoke. We'll have their remarks for you coming up in just a little bit. But obviously the big story today has been NASA announcing a overhaul of the Artemis mission. That is the overall mission that will send us back to the moon. It was originally planned for Artemis II to land on the moon, hopefully sometime next year. That's no longer happening. Artemis III is going to launch next year, but it's going to be with a low Earth rendezvous instead of a moon landing. They're now efforting 2028 for an Artemis IV and potentially an Artemis V as well, landing on the moon. We just talked about that a few minutes ago with Ken Kramer. We will hear a little bit more from the NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman coming up a little later, in case you missed that earlier today, because we did start our live stream today of Fox 35 News Plus at 10 o'clock to bring those updates to you and that breaking news to you live. So that's where things stand right now as we start this noon hour. We are also keeping an eye on things. Really nothing happening today in Tallahassee. The budget, we've talked a little bit about the budget differences and the disagreements between the House and the Senate. There are not going to be conference committees meeting this weekend to hash out any of the details. Lawmakers have already been sent home. We did hear from Senate President Ben Albritton, who spoke with reporters yesterday evening at the conclusion of the Senate's floor session, where he talked about some of the things, not just about with the budget, but also a number of other things, including property taxes, the AI data center regulation bill, a lot of topics there that he talked about. Here's some of what he had to say, speaking with reporters yesterday.
Doing good?
Hey, how you doing?
Well, that wasn't much of a response.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
I'm alive, I know.
Yes.
I was sick, I'm sorry.
What was wrong?
I had the flu 3 times. I don't
3
know how that
times?
happens. I don't know how that happens. But I know I'm here now.
Maybe you ought to check out the company you're running with. They must be.
Yeah, it's messed up. They're trying to limit my free speech rights with the flu. It's really messed up.
I got you. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Who's first? Go ahead.
Representative Andrade's bill in response to the Hope Florida saga that prohibits, diverting money from a settlement to a third party is now in the Senate. It's in Senate rules. It passed in the House and is now in the Senate. And I was just wondering, do you still have any support for? Do you support that bill at all? Is there any appetite in the Senate to take it up?
I think the Senate, so let me go back. First of all, I think it's important. I've been consistent on this, and I want to absolutely stay consistent. Why is there only one microphone? Okay. Sorry, I'm just a little disoriented. So I want to stay consistent on this, is that I do believe the mission of Hope Florida is important, especially to folks that are looking for resources and trying to get connected to what it is that government offers to provide them support and to get them moving in a better direction. So I believe that the mission of this Hope Florida initiative is pristine. Second of all, as it relates to the bill, it's going to be like anything else. Number one, the Senate is always open to having a conversation about government efficiency and looking for ways to make systems better. It's going to be up to the Senate, and whether or not that bill is heard, the appetite will show itself at some point.
Can I ask you about something that has been purported to you that you said, but I'm just asking you directly to make sure.
Okay.
Well, did you, I know there was a Republican caucus meeting at the beginning of the session tonight.
You're asking for me a lot to remember that far back, but go ahead.
Okay, well, did you basically tell the other senators you're going to support the governor this session because he's been y'all's friend?
Well, of course. But I also will tell you, and I've been consistent with this too, Gary, we want to work with the House. I mean, this is a bicameral legislature, and, the governor is still the governor. So it is our goal to work together with everybody. Of course. Of course.
So does that mean unless the governor's on board with something, that the Senate is just kind of not going to do it? I mean, I guess that's the broader context there is there, is there anything that you all are willing to do that if you think it runs counter to what the governor wants, is your operating philosophy that if the governor is opposed or has an issue with it, the Senate's not going to do it?
The operating philosophy of the Florida Senate is we're going to do what we believe what's in the best interest of Floridians. And if that lines up with things the governor would like to get accomplished, fantastic. If it lines up with things that the House wants to accomplish, fantastic. If it lines up and we're having conversation here on things we believe are what's good for Floridians and good for Florida as a whole, that's our prerogative. So I would say, you know, this isn't about like picking and choosing. What we're doing is we are looking at everything that comes across our desk. We, the Senate body, we're looking at everything that comes across our desk and making decisions on that based on how it impacts Floridians and what's best, at least, you know, the best way we can measure that. So sure, we want to work with everybody.
With the data center bill, do you think there should be any concern that people won't find out that maybe there's a data center come to their neighborhood for 12 months?
A couple things about data centers. You know, the first is that sure, we're open, and it's natural, really, I think, for the culture of Florida for transparency to be important, especially as it relates to what's happening in the local communities. So, you know, data centers, let's go back, right? There is, in my simpleton perspective, there is certainly a connectivity between data centers and AI. We've been consistent, I have been consistent on the AI piece. I know it's not specifically what you asked, but I believe the two are connected, at least as it relates to computing power. I do believe that making sure that children are protected from the negative attributes of AI is really, really important. Now, let's talk about this side over here for a second. I believe there's lots of ways that data centers in the state of Florida can produce value. Now, is it responsible upon state government to make sure, to the extent it's within our authority, to provide transparency, to make sure that there are proper relationships and contractual relationships between the folks that are producing power for these data centers, that there's not negative consequences on homeowners, ratepayers, residents? Sure. And the same holds true with water. It takes a lot of water to cool these things. So I think what's going to happen is that this conversation will continue to evolve, and the power generators, the water suppliers, and the AI folks and the local communities are going to find a way to make all of this work. And especially, by the way, as it relates to rural communities, a data center can be a really nice tax base. It can provide a lot. So I think the balance will be found. I'm a believer that it will.
The Florida Department of Health used emergency rule to implement their changes to the AIDS drug assistance program. I'm curious if you think that's an appropriate avenue. You know, they're citing that they need to make these cuts because of public health safety reasons, and there's been some pushback in that from some senators.
Well, let's start with the premise of where the Florida Senate is. The Florida Senate recognizes this is a substantial challenge. And there is a very, just call it vulnerable population in the state of Florida. They're dealing with AIDS on a daily basis that need to be a part of this conversation. If you go back and look at where the Senate is in our budget, we are very supportive of this program and the benefits it provides to this population and, quite frankly, the ancillary population around them. So we have to start with that premise. We believe that the program holds merit. What has to be figured out, by the way, are the timelines of funding and support and how is it sustainable. We have to figure that out. So I would say even the DOH, you know, every part of government needs to be having the conversation, and it is going on, about what this program means to this set of Floridians, to the ancillary Floridians around them, and how we produce something sustainable going forward. Now, I would also say at this point in time, that has not been answered. We're working at it, working with all of our partners, trying to figure out what the right answer is. You know, there's lots of folks that are on this program now that have, you know, obviously real concerns about what the future holds for them. And we're doing everything that we can to provide an answer for that.
Do you think the department has been a good partner in that and figuring it out, considering they've seemed so adamant about adhering to their, you know, determined cuts from January and this March 1st implementation date?
What I would say is that what we have found in our pursuit of a solution is they have been a more than adequate partner in that conversation and trying to figure out, and I want to be clear, don't anybody read anything into what I'm saying. This solution has not been built, but we're exploring the idea of trust funds, or exploring the idea of general revenue, or exploring the idea of maybe some changes to the program that keep it sustainable going forward. They have been great to work with. So, you know, my glass is half full. And I do my best to live that way every day. And what I believe is that we're going to figure this thing out. I think it's important that we figure it out. And they've been a good partner.
Is there any way to patch that between March 1st when these cuts take effect? And, I mean, Senator Trumbull said the other day that, you know, until the budget's signed, there's really not a whole lot you can do. Is there anything that you're looking at to try to
get to June 30th?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's an interim period there when the cuts would take effect and the budget wouldn't take effect. Is there anything you're looking at that could be done through the LBC or any other, I have no idea, but any other vehicle to try to address that?
That's absolutely part of the conversation. And that is a very, quite frankly, a very important question, right? And that goes back to where we are, where we've been, where we are today, and what is it going to look like going forward. So is there a way to build a bridge to get to a place to where it can become sustainable, or at least continue to have that conversation? Sure. Sure.
The IA Bill of Rights has been postponed twice now. It hasn't been heard in the House yet. Is this thing still alive, or is this the end of it, or is it going to come up? Is it going to come up again in the Senate on the floor?
Senate believes in the policy. So as it relates to the Florida Senate, we're in.
On that note, the other bill that was TP'd was the Citizens Bill. OIR has come out and said this is basically going to drive up rates for poor people in condos in South Florida, and that these people are not sophisticated enough to understand these kinds of surplus lines policies they'd be forced into. Why is that bill being TP'd? Do you support it?
So the bill is on the floor, which means it's made its way through, I have to go back and look, maybe 3 committees. So I would say what that shows is, in a very general sense, the Senate is supportive of the idea. Now, I should also add to that we are hearing the same kind of thing, concerns about what the impacts of it will be. My view of this, and the time that I've been able to spend to try to understand in conversations with Senator Gruters, our staff, and other folks, you know, what are that's the question. What's the practical ramifications of this, and can it produce good results for the competitive forces out there in the premium space, and can it be beneficial for Floridians? Yeah, there are folks that are making arguments on either side of that. I'll say this, and Katie may have a nervous breakdown, but the fact of the matter is that I think both sides are right and wrong. It's one of those situations to where change is uncomfortable, and just because of human nature, is there real possibility that this is a step in the right direction, a good thing for those condo owners and commercial businesses here in the state of Florida? Sure. And we're working our way through that. Part of the reason to answer your question, Lawrence, specifically about why it was temporarily postponed, it's because we're wanting to further explore those things, because that's the right thing to do. So, you know, we're going to continue doing the work on it, continue digging in, understanding, asking as many questions as we can muster, and making sure that at the end of the day, to the extent that we can, that it's the right policy at the right time, and it's done the right way for the folks you're talking about.
Do we have any update on property taxes?
Do you have concerns about the Senator?
So I'm
sorry,
go ahead.
Age, I was going to say age for a
Well, do y'all want to vote on that? Is it age before baby? Is that?
Gary's already had one.
So I'm going to say he's prettier than I am. Go ahead, Greg.
I just wanted to know if we have any update on property taxes. You saw the governor was now suggesting the plan was to maybe wait till a special session. Has the Senate made a decision as to what it plans to do? Is this now something that's not going to be taken up with the time that you have left, although with the budget in abeyance, I don't know when that is going to end.
There are a lot of things swirling around right now. So let me say this about property taxes, and I'm going to be consistent on this, and I am actually going to do my best to answer your question. The first one is that I agree with what the governor said, and quite frankly, I've been consistent on this. We are far better off to get it right than do it quickly. No question about it. Number two, this is a very complex issue. You all know that. It's very complex. Your readers and your viewers know that. The communities in the state of Florida are widely diverse, and the impacts of this on them, it's going to vary greatly. Getting it right is what matters most. And what I'll also say to each of you is that, well, yes, while we're continuing, by the way, to have passes back and forth, and we continue to have discussion, we're not going to be prepared at this point to have conference this weekend. Okay, but things are happening, which is encouraging. The property tax conversation doesn't have anything to do with this budget. Nothing. So it's there. You didn't. I'm just being clear. You didn't ask the question that way, Gary, but I'm just wanting to be clear. So the sense of urgency for me as it relates to property taxes, two separate issues with the budget and property taxes. Getting it right is what matters most. So if it happens before the end of session, which I would agree with you, that's going to be very difficult to do. But if it happens in, whenever in the future, when we are landing the plane on this budget and doing good work for Floridians, that'll be what it'll be. It'll show itself then.
But sir, to play devil's advocate,
Hang on one second.
Thank you. Do you have any concerns about Senator Yarborough's bill, which would expand vaccine exemptions? We have the ongoing outbreak in the southwest area of the state.
Well, measles?
Yeah, the measles outbreak, but the bill with the vaccine exemption would cover, obviously all the what's on the schedule. But do you have any concerns with that outbreak going on?
Yeah, I want to make this comment about vaccines as a whole because I believe it to be true. And I've had this conversation with various senators, a pretty large number of them, including Senator Yarborough. Is that, we're having a conversation at this point about what rights Trump what rights, no pun intended, but we are having this conversation and it includes vaccines today. My only comment to those senators as they have continued to discuss this issue, be thoughtful, be cautious, and just make sure that we're doing things that I'll be long gone, right? But the state of Florida doesn't, wake up sometime down the road and say, oh, man, wow, that's a difficult circumstance that happened because of that. Do I believe that's going to take place? No. Because I believe parents around the state, they're going to make the right decisions for their kids. So, do I have concerns over the bill? In full transparency, how could you not? That doesn't mean it's bad policy. It's changing something that's been a part of society for a long time.
Senator Harrell called it dangerous.
There's a lot of perspectives in this room as it relates to that, and quite frankly, I'm sure there is across the state of Florida. That's why I say be thoughtful, be cautious, right? Make sure. And the senators, I think, have shown a great deal of energy toward this topic and have shown a great deal of thoughtfulness, and I'm thankful for that.
Alex, I'm going to go. Sorry, thank you.
She hadn't asked for it.
Sorry,
Besides, she just had the flu.
Yeah, thank you.
3 times.
I know, it's terrible. But Senator, I wanted to go back to the AI Bill of Rights bill and ask you to weigh in on a provision that would bar minors from making an AI companion chatbot account. And that provision, in Florida, it's quite rooted in tragedy. Just I'm not even going to say a few years ago,
maybe a year ago, a 14-year-old committed suicide after having a conversation with an AI chatbot account. But at the same time, a lot of concerns have been raised about privacy, and I mean, there's an ongoing argument from a First Amendment reporter. There's a separate ongoing argument about the First Amendment issue here. But in regards to privacy, needing parental consent or barring minors involves age verification. That alone has a whole concern for privacy and data breaches. I didn't know if you had any thoughts on it or wanted to weigh in.
You know, what's fascinating is, and thanks for the question, we just had a conversation.
All right, so I want to get you live right now. We're seeing Anna Paulina Luna, Republican member of Congress from Florida, stepping out of the Clinton Epstein deposition, and it looks like she's getting ready to speak. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
Sorry, guys. I mean, I can come back out and do it.
Hey, Chris, we have activity. We have activity. Okay, I'm running over. What's happening? Anna Paulina Luna is about to say something. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, you're fine. I think everyone hopped off to go to lunch.
Okay, we have pools here, right?
Pool's here.
Pool's here? Pool's here.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Wait. Okay, don't stand in front of the pool, please. Thank you.
just first of all, a quick update. President Clinton is being very cooperative. I do want to point out, because I have seen some back and forth in regards to some of the Democrats trying to call in not credible witnesses, and I won't get into the nature of what I've asked the president specifically until after the deposition is over. But to be clear, we've had two individuals, one that accuses President Clinton of unfounded allegations of there being sex tapes, etc., by the name of Sarah Ransom. And there was an individual under the name of Katie Johnson that also had unfounded allegations of rape against our sitting president of the United States, both being claims that did not have evidence for grounds of that. And so just as we wouldn't call in an individual like Sarah Ransom, who we know made up claims, we're not going to do the same thing for President Trump. So I think to be able to bring that up and conflate the two with this investigation is wrong. And I want to be very clear on record. I don't believe that Sarah had valid claims against President Trump in regards to what she was, President Clinton in regards to what she was alleging. Just as I don't believe that there are valid claims against President Trump by the individual of the name of Katie Johnson. What I will say is it has become very evident, even in the last 24 hours in lines of questioning, that Jeffrey Epstein was running an intelligence gathering operation. In my professional opinion, I do believe it was a honeypot operation. And I do believe that there's a list of individuals who did engage in trafficking, were given these plea deals, and I'm going to name those individuals right now. The first one would be Leslie Groff. The second one, Sarah Kellen. The third one, Nadia Markova. And the fourth one, Adriana Ross. All of these women engaged in the trafficking of minors as adults. They were working and complicit with Jeffrey Epstein's operation. And in my opinion, they are not to be given victim status because they did partake in harming young girls. I remember seeing in some of the files, some of these girls were, as young as 10, 11 years old and older. And so obviously we have a lot of work to do, but I did want to come and give an update and let you know that President Clinton, as of right now, is cooperative and answering all of our questions. And that it leads me to believe that if we can remove the partisan nature of this investigation, we actually might be able to get justice. And so I will be calling on the Oversight Committee to bring in those 4 individuals that I just listed. We will continue to conduct the investigation and provide updates shortly for all of you.
What has the former president said to the committee about his interactions with Jeffrey Epstein outside of the statement he released today?
I can't get into the specifics of the deposition because it's still currently going on. But again, he's being very cooperative, and I think that statement is pretty on point with what we're hearing. We will provide updates as soon as it's over. I don't want to violate the trust that we have right now in the depositions, but I do think that we are at least getting a little bit more of a clearer picture. And I will say I'm not in favor, and if there is a request to bring in an individual who's made false allegations against President Clinton, I will be voting that down in committee, just as I will be voting down any individuals that are brought forward that have made false claims against President Trump. I do think that there is a bit of partisan smear attempts in this whole investigation, but it's important to note that Jeffrey Epstein does have all of the telltale signs of an intelligence gathering operation. I think we all know that. I do believe that because of the people in power and influence, specifically presidents, etc., that he was targeting, that there is an aspect of, foreign governments trying to pit some of us against each other using this topic. And so we're more focused on that, as well as bringing justice to the victims. And there is no justice when traffickers are given plea deals. And so we'll be following up on that as well.
Congressman, I know you said he's being cooperative. Do you believe his statement when he said, I saw nothing and I did nothing wrong?
I'm going to go back in, and what I will say is that I don't have any reason to believe right now that he's hiding the ball and everything. He's been pretty transparent.
And is it your belief and or the committee's belief that the former president was targeted by Jeffrey Epstein on behalf of a foreign nation?
It is in my opinion, I don't think the opinion of the committee, but I do believe that Jeffrey Epstein was targeting many politicians, many influential people, especially in regards to economic policy, etc. And I do believe that it was possible that not just him, but likely Secretary Clinton, as well as a number of other people, were targeted due to an intelligence gathering operation. I think the American people will agree with me on that. But again, I don't want to get into too much of the specifics of the deposition, and I will be able to tell you at least once this is over. And we will be also trying to release those recordings from Secretary's deposition yesterday, as well as President Clinton's, as soon as possible. Thank you, guys.
Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna stepping out of the Clinton deposition in New York, saying that the ex-president is being very cooperative right now, answering all their questions, and also making note about a couple of other things, further investigation for that oversight committee to do in this, and also talking about claims they believe to be false, made not just against Bill Clinton, but also against Donald Trump, and the expectation or the unlikelihood that those witnesses would be called to testify in front of them. She also noted, I think it's noteworthy to point out here, saying if we can remove the partisan nature of all of this, then she does believe they'll be able to get justice. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera on this Friday morning. And it is the start of Bike Week in Daytona Beach, the 85th annual, going on between now and March 8th. You're going to see a lot of those motorcycles around the area. Celebration of speed and motorcycles and just everything that goes along with that. So Bike Week getting underway. We've heard from a number of officials in Volusia County talking about their preparations for it. We also heard from AAA as well, talking earlier about this, some of what they want folks to know during Bike Week. Here is what they had to say at a news conference in Daytona earlier today.
Today marks the start of Daytona Bike Week, one of Florida's most iconic and anticipated traditions. We're welcoming hundreds of thousands of visitors from across the country and across the world, all coming together celebrating riding, community, and the freedom of the open road. But with crowds so large and with so many people here in the area, sharing the road, impairment definitely becomes a major concern. So much of a concern that here in the United States, every 42 minutes, someone is killed by an impaired driver. And when you bring that national crisis here into Daytona, with packed roads, with riders, with pedestrians, and so many people out here, the risk skyrockets. Motorcyclists, they're especially vulnerable because unlike people who are riding a vehicle, they don't have those protective barriers around them, except for, say, the leather on their backs and hopefully the helmets on their heads. But for riders, it's all about balance, coordination, and visibility. But when you add alcohol to the mix, that changes the equation for them. It slows their reaction time, it affects stability, and it clouds judgment. So an impaired rider is essentially someone who's operating a 600-pound machine on delay. And delays on a bike don't end in close calls. They end in collisions and even death. So with this many people on the road during Bike Week, one impaired rider can set off a chain reaction of events that puts everyone around them in danger. So that's why for the first time ever, AAA is launching Tow-to-Go specifically for Daytona Bike Week. We want to reduce the risk of impaired driving. We want to eliminate any excuses that people have for getting on their bike while they're impaired. I think a lot of times you have people who are more likely to ride impaired because they're just afraid of leaving their motorcycle behind at the bar. AAA is eliminating that excuse altogether. So with AAA, if someone calls us, we'll pick up the vehicle or the motorcycle and also the rider and transport them to a safe location within a 10-mile radius. This is a free service. You don't have to be a AAA member to use this service, but it's all an effort to try to make our roads safer. Now, of course, we want to remind people to use Tow-to-Go as a last resort. AAA is going to be out, just like our law enforcement officer partners. We're going to be out providing our world-class roadside assistance. We're going to be helping people who have car trouble. But we're also there to protect our roads and make them safer. So if you are in a pinch, definitely give us a call. But we definitely encourage people, have a plan in place. Before you drink, before you party, know how you're going to get home safely. So the details on Tow-to-Go for this week, it's the same dates as Bike Week, February 27th through March 8th. It's a free, confidential tow within a 10-mile radius. It's available to AAA members and non-members. All they have to do is call 855-2TOW-TO-GO. That's 855-2TOW-TO-GO. Certainly want to call out our partners here again. We have Florida Highway Patrol, Daytona Beach Police Department behind us. You can see that AAA is certainly ready to respond to people who need assistance. We have our flatbed that we can load up a motorcycle on. We have trailers that we can transport bikes. We're here to provide service, and we just want to make sure that everyone has a safe time. Certainly want to call up next our partners. First off, Officer Megan Gary. She's with the Daytona Beach Police Department.
Each year, Daytona Beach has an influx of traffic for Bike Week, where thousands of people come into our city. Obviously, as a public safety agency, safety remains our top priority. We want riders to plan ahead, be especially cautious, ride defensively, secure your motorcycle, and monitor weather conditions. Weather is a factor that a lot of people don't put into play in the state of Florida when rain can come and go within 10 minutes. Remember, Florida Move Over law requires everyone to move over for emergency vehicles or anything with safety lights activated, or reduce your speed to at least 20 miles an hour. Busy areas within our city are obviously going to be our event venues at Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Boulevard, as well as Main Street. The Daytona International Speedway will have some events going on throughout the series of this event. We ask everyone to exercise patience and realize that there are a lot of people out on the road. Understand that the Daytona Beach Police Department has deployed our additional resources of professional public servants during this time to manage that influx of traffic. Please understand that it's not just pedestrians we have out here or motorists that we have out here. Whether you're on 2 wheels or 4 wheels, we ask you to be safe. You know, from the Daytona Beach Police Department, we just want to thank everybody for coming to this great agency. We want to thank all the businesses that we partner with. AAA, again, this is a great service that they're offering for everybody to stay safe. So we appreciate everybody for coming. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Major Mark Castleberry with the Florida Highway Patrol. I want to thank AAA for inviting us to be a part of this announcement and our partners with the Daytona Beach Police Department and the Volusia County Sheriff's Office for standing with us today. AAA is here to highlight the dangers of impaired driving through its Tow to Go initiative during Bike Week, and we appreciate that focus on safety. Daytona Bike Week is a major event for us in the area. Riders come in from across the country. Visitors arrive in cars and trucks, and our roads stay busy from morning to night. That brings energy to the community, but it also means crowded streets and less room for mistakes. I want to speak directly to the drivers who would share the road with a motorcyclist. Motorcyclists have the same rights and responsibilities as do those that are operating a motor vehicle. Do not try to share a lane with them. Check your blind spots every time you change lanes. Take an extra second to look over your shoulder before you move. That extra second could save a life. Keep a safe distance. Motorcyclists can slow quickly by downshifting. That means you may not see brake lights. Aim for at least a 4-second gap behind a motorcycle and give more space in bad weather or heavy traffic. Be cautious around Bike Week and expect congestion. There will be lane shifts, pedestrian crossings, and riders pulling in and out from parking lots. Remember to obey posted speed limits, especially near event locations. Please put your phone down. Distracted driving hurts and kills more people than we care to attest to. To the riders visiting here from throughout the state and from beyond, Florida has clear rules to keep you safe. Riders must wear eye protection. Protective helmets that meet DOT standards are required for all riders under 21. Riders 21 and older can only ride without a helmet if they carry the proper insurance. That being said, we encourage every rider and every passenger to wear a helmet. It's common sense and it's life-saving. Visitors from out of state need to meet the same expectations. Have a motorcycle endorsement, ride sober, and follow Florida laws on helmet and eye protection. Drivers, you need to share the road, check your blind spots, and give motorcycles room. Motorcyclists, gear up, put your safety equipment on, drive sober, be alert, and be focused. Our troopers will be out throughout Bike Week. We are here to protect the people who live here and who are visiting. If everyone commits to a little more attention, slow down, be cautious, and practice good road awareness, it'll help create a safe environment for all. I can tell you in the nearly 2 decades of working here in Central Florida, unfortunately I've had my investigations involving motorcyclists and traffic vehicles or in automobiles. At times motorcyclists have outdriven their ability or have drive impaired, and it's had an unfortunate effect on family and loved ones. The same thing for motorists who make impact with a motorcyclist. The last thing we want to do during Bike Week is have to knock on a loved one's door and tell them that their loved one isn't coming home in the morning or the night. Be cautious, share the road, respect each other, and slow down. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Lindsay. I'm with the National Motorcycle Safety Fund. The fund is a charitable organization that helps achieve the mission of the Motorcycle Safety Foundation, and that is to reduce motorcycle crashes, injuries, and fatalities through initiatives such as helmet donations, support of local driver and rider ed programs, and through life-saving services such as AAA's Tow to Go. The NMSF has already helped thousands of the riders in the community stay safer. We're excited to be here at Bike Week, and we wanted to share a couple of tips with the community to make sure that you enjoy the week as much as we do. Bike Week veterans know that the best way to have fun is to be safe and be prepared. And that starts before you leave. Make sure to do a pre-ride check. Tires and wheels, cables, controls, throttles, fluids, and lights. A quick check now before you ride can prevent injury later. As others have mentioned, motorcyclists have a smaller profile and they can disappear quickly in a vehicle's blind spot. So ride alert and aware. Ride like you're invisible, but be as visible as possible by wearing bright and light colored gear. Speaking of gear, wear all the gear all the time. Helmets, eye protection, gloves, riding jacket, riding pants, and over the ankle boots. It's the best way to keep protected because, well, let's face it, road rash isn't fun at the beach. And of course, plan ahead to take in the great rides, but then make sure to prepare and leave the bike parked when you head out for the evening. There's nothing fun or legal about impaired riding. Thank you.
All right, just one final thing I wanted to call out is, you know, a lot of people don't realize it, but AAA obviously services your vehicles, but we do provide roadside assistance for motorcycles as well. It's not something that's automatically included in your AAA membership, but it is something that you can add on right now. So if you're a rider in the area, definitely want to check out your AAA membership. You still have some time to add on motorcycle coverage just to ensure that if you have any kind of issues while you're visiting us here in Daytona, that you have the protection that you need. You know, last thing that I wanted to throw in, of course, we definitely want to thank all of our partners who are out here today. You're going to hear a lot of messages today, either from us or from other entities throughout the city. Ultimately, today is all about safety. We want to make sure that everybody enjoys their time here in Bike Week, but we want to make sure that you're making the right decisions that do not put you in harm's way, that do not risk lives, whether that's putting you at risk of an injury or even death. So please make the right decisions. Don't drive impaired. And if you're in a situation where you need a safe ride, you can call AAA and we'll make sure that we get you to a safe location. Anything that we want to discuss additionally beyond that, or just do some, go ahead.
Starting for the first year, starting this year, are you guys going to continue to bring this back every single year, or what's that going to look like?
Yeah, so typically AAA provides Tow to Go for our major holidays. So Memorial Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and the sort. With so much demand, with so many people here in a concentrated area, we just wanted to provide this as a resource and a way to make sure that people can, you know, get to their destination safely, to make the roads a lot safer. I think that we're going to monitor the process. We're going to monitor how this service goes, how people are using it, if they're using it, and then make that decision for the next year and the years to come.
So Bike Week getting underway in Daytona Beach today, so be careful out there if you are one of those riders, or even if you're not, if you're a driver as well. We heard some tips from law enforcement just to make sure you are paying attention out on the roadways. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Okay, hope you've had lunch, because let's talk about something sweet right now. It is a pop-up at Disney Springs that has crazy shakes you're going to want to try out. We're going to check in with Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, joining us live now via Zoom, because Theron, you just got back from checking out Crazy Shake.
Yes, this is not one of their craziest ones. This is a classic one, because there was no way one of the crazy ones were going to make it in my car on the way back. But this is a delicious peanut butter version if you're looking for that as well. This is going to officially open up on Monday. This is just a 90-day pop-up at Disney Springs. It's where the pre-existing spot was for Sprinkles. So that spot that used to sell the cupcakes, well, for the next 90 days, you're going to be able to get some crazy, crazy milkshakes. And I'll tell you, they're even crazier than what you're seeing right there. That was when they gave me the peanut butter one I had already kind of devoured. On the other two, they have a Mickey Mouse themed one. They've also got one that's going to be just a bunch of different candy versions. They've got a cookie version. They've got all different types of toppings. So if you want those like insane shakes, this Mickey one you're seeing right here, that's their signature one right there. And please bring a friend. You're going to need help eating that. That is a full Rice Krispie on top. It's got fondant, it's themed, and there's an entire milkshake underneath, and there's still rock candy and the cherry on top. These things are very, very large. There is a ton of different flavors, a lot of sweet flavors, and you go and grab and go. So it's not like you have a waiter or anything. You just go and get some of these options. You can walk around Disney Springs, and you can kind of see at the bottom there's like a catch spot, and I really appreciated that, because the Crazy Shakes, there's so many toppings. Still grab some napkins, but they at least gave you something to try and help your hands from all the toppings falling off.
You can definitely see what makes these shakes so crazy. So talk to us about what you tried and what you liked about it.
So one of the things I really liked is this is not the first time that someone has ever made a milkshake that's had stuff on top of it, right? But I like that these are not overly sweet. Sometimes you go and get these milkshakes and it's like they were just trying to see how much sugar they could dump on top. Now, I'm not going to lie. Some of these are very, very sweet. I mean, you've got some of the candy, the cereal-based one there. You can taste it, but it's a lot more of a cereal milk-based flavor. It's a lot of vanilla as the ice cream base, instead of it being like, there's this flavor, and then we stack this flavor, and then we mix that up into the milkshake. It's like a nice classic milkshake with the toppings. And to me, I kind of preferred that a little bit better, because sometimes when you get some of these, they're just a little overwhelming. But all three flavors I like. They were very creamy base. It's a very thick milkshake. It came with a straw. Maybe I didn't let it sit up enough in the Florida sun for it to melt. I would recommend the spoon that they're going to give you. You're probably going to need that, because these are some very thick milkshakes.
Yeah, those, oh my gosh, they look amazing. What's the price range for things like this?
So the most expensive one is going to be $24. That's going to be the Mickey Mouse theme one, and it's just the over-the-top one. But there are going to be ones that are a lot cheaper than that, and ones that are ones you can share, like with family, if you're trying to bring some of that cost down. But your average one was somewhere around $15 to $17 for some of the more classic options, and then you can add on a bunch of different flavors and stuff like that. There's a ton of the different topping options that you can get, which are the Crazy Shakes themselves. So there's the classic flavors. If you want to get something like chocolate, vanilla, if you just like strawberry, if you want something like that, those are totally an option if you don't want some of the crazier versions. But if you're going for crazy, they had a bunch of options for that as well. And you can go in and kind of pick exactly which one you want. I got these flavors, as you can see here, but they also had one that was cookie. They had a chocolate decadent one. So there is a ton of these different totally covered flavors if that's something you're looking for as well. But again, this is only going to be here for 90 days. I mean, you have until the end of May. They're not continuing through summer. So if you're someone that's been wanting to try this out, if you want to get a new flavor, you want to get something sweet and very shareable, you got to go to Disney Springs in the next 90 days, and it's going to officially start this upcoming Monday on March 2nd at noon. And they'll probably be quite a line, because this is a very popular company elsewhere, and it's just their first time now showing up here at Disney Springs.
So which one do you recommend? What's your top recommendation for a newbie?
I really love the cereal one, because it had some of that like cereal milk flavor that I really, really liked with it. So for me, that was probably my top choice. But I mean, this peanut butter, it's just nice, classic, smooth, creamy peanut butter. That one I really like. If you're not trying to go for anything over the top, I really love a peanut butter milkshake. So for me personally, this one would probably be a winner if you're just wanting something that's just not as over the top. But if you're going for crazy, I mean, you have a lot of crazy options. You're going to look, they have plenty of pictures there inside of the store. Couldn't share all the photos from the inside yet. They're getting it prepped for the official opening. But you're going to like the interior. They got plenty of pictures there, plenty of colors for you to see exactly what they're going to put on top. And you got a lot of options when they do officially open.
Where at Disney Springs is this?
It's at the former Sprinkles location, so it's going to be considered in town center, right near the water, the main waterway. If you're near Morimoto's, Raglan Road, Homecoming, any of those locations, you're going to be really, really close to it. It's right across the bridge from Gideon's Bake Shop. So if you already like those cookies and you like sweets, those two lines might interact with each other when they officially open up on Monday, because you might have the line wrapping around from the Crazy Shakes. They might be meeting up with the Gideon's people. We'll have to see. That could be a crazy Monday.
Yeah, it could be. Something to look forward to there at Disney Springs. Before I let you go, Theron, let's talk about Galactic Coaster. I know you had the chance to ride that as well at Legoland.
Yeah, that is correct. It officially opened up this morning. I got to go with a preview last night to kind of see this ride. And I just have to say, this ride is exactly what I wanted Legoland to get. This is a fun, family-focused attraction. It goes up to 40 miles an hour, so it definitely has that thrill, but they were able to take the height requirement and pull it down to just 36 inches. So you have to be a tall 2-year-old, but there was actually a 2-year-old yesterday at the media event that was tall enough to get onto the attraction. They're 4-seater vehicles, and they're back-to-back, so it's going to fit 8 people total. And then when you're in the pre-show, you're actually able to go and design your rockets. The storyline that they have for this coaster is so Lego. It's so much fun. Where the asteroid is coming and it's going to destroy everything, but there's these brick separators. It's an actual piece that Lego sells that helps you separate the bricks if you get a piece, and they're flying out in space. So you get to go and design a really fun, cool spaceship, and it's going to attract all of these separator aliens, and they're going to come after you, and you're trying to get them to go and attack the asteroid itself. I don't know if Legoland wants this comparison, but I think it's a fair comparison. This feels like the junior version of Disney's Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind attraction. You're getting shot into space, you get to see a ton of visuals, there's music, it's really colorful, and it spins around while you're going inside of an indoor building. Honestly, for Lego, I think this was a perfect roller coaster addition to the park, and it's going to be a pretty high capacity attraction as well.
And it looks really cool, looks really well done. Looks like you and Drew had a good time out there.
Oh, we had a blast. We got to ride on it 4 separate times. We were going all over the place, trying out different seats, seeing if you swing a little bit better on the sides. But everybody gets a good view because it's just those 4 people that sit next to each other. So every person that's sitting gets a perfect view in front of you of what you're looking at. And it's really cool. Like I was saying, when you design your rocket, you get to design that in a pre-show where they actually have a Lego animatronic. Then when you get on the ride, they're using these trackers that you wear on your wrist, and so when you're on the actual attraction, you get to see your rocket get built in front of you. So you get to see, Drew and I were staring at what looks like a mirror, and you see in the mirror and you see the Lego people kind of build that rocket around you. So the things that you did in the pre-show becomes part of the attraction itself, and then you launch off and go into the building, and especially being an indoor with Florida, that's another great perk right there. But it was a blast. I just think that for families going and looking for a family-friendly roller coaster, this is an absolute win for the Legoland company.
All right, good stuff. Excited to try that one out myself. Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. Always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy that milkshake.
That I will. You all have a great day.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. That's what you get for showing that off.
That's what I get.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. President Trump is getting ready to head to Corpus Christi, Texas. He is taking questions. This was just moments ago as he got ready to leave. So let's go ahead and listen in.
I have no anything right now, but they're talking with us, and maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba. We could very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba.
What about the post?
After many, many years, we've had a lot of years of dealing with Cuba. I've been hearing about Cuba since I'm a little boy, but they're in big trouble, and we could very well, something good, I think very positive for the people that were expelled or worse from Cuba that live here. You know, we have people living here that want to go back to Cuba, and they're very happy with what's going on.
The last news of Epstein files, particular what about that?
I don't know anything about the Epstein files, you know. I've been fully exonerated. Yeah,
With the options that you've been briefed on for Iran, is there a risk that strikes could turn into a long, drawn-out conflict in the Middle East?
I guess you could say there's always a risk. You know, when there's war, there's a risk in anything, both good and bad. We've had tremendous luck with myself, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, everything's worked out, and then we do the Midnight Hammer and so many others. Everything's worked out, and we want to keep it that way, but we're going to see. Look, it'd be wonderful if they'd negotiate really in good conscience, good faith and conscience, but they are not getting there. So far, Peter, they're not getting there.
And has your team told you that if you use the military now, that there will be regime change right away?
No, nobody's told me that. You don't know. I mean, nobody knows that. There might be, and there might not be. It'd be nice if we could do it without, but sometimes you have to do it with. When you looked at look, we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. There's nothing close. I'd love not to use it, but sometimes you have to. We'll see what happens. Very badly. They're failing. Cuba right now is, to put it mildly, a failing nation. And I've been hearing about Cuba. I said before, since I'm a little boy, I've been hearing about Cuba, and everybody wanted to change. And I can see that happening. Marco Rubio is dealing on it, and at a very high level. And, you know, they have no money, they have no oil, they have no food. And it's really right now a nation in deep trouble, and they want our help. We'd like to see the war end, and we'd like to see it end fast.
Sir, are you
25,000 people died last month. It's crazy. To have that war is absolutely, it's a shame.
Sir, are you considering a national emergency? Are you considering a national emergency around the midterm elections? There's been reporting that there's an executive order, proposed executive order about this. Are you looking at that? Are you considering
So that was the end of his remarks there, speaking to reporters ahead of his departure to Texas. And looks like Air Force One is taking off right now as the president heads to Corpus Christi. We are going to we'll watch this take off here, and then we will take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to monitor the ongoing deposition of Bill Clinton, the former president, testifying today in front of the members of the House Oversight Committee. We heard just a little bit ago from Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who stepped out of that deposition to talk about the cooperation that we have seen today from the former president. I want to play for you the remarks from House Republicans going into that meeting. So first we'll hear from them, and then we'll hear from Democrats speaking. This was earlier today ahead of the deposition of Bill Clinton.
Good morning. This is a historical day for the United States Congress. We have listened to people all across America who have kept up with the whole Epstein investigation and are outraged by the obvious fact that men and women, for that matter, of great power and great wealth from all across the world have been able to get away with a lot of heinous crimes, and they haven't been held accountable, and they haven't even had to answer questions about what they knew and when they knew it. Today, we hope to be able to do as we did yesterday and continue to bring some of the most powerful people in the world in to answer questions. Again, no one's accusing anyone of any wrongdoing, but I think the American people have a lot of questions, and our House Oversight Committee is committed to getting answers. We're committed to transparency. We've already seen a lot of very powerful people who have been held accountable by having to resign in disgrace from various boards all over the world. We're going to continue to seek the truth, try to figure out how the government failed the victims, and try to hopefully hold more people accountable. That's what the purpose of this investigation is. I will say this, it's very difficult to get people in for these depositions of great power and great wealth, and I use yesterday and today as an example. It took 7 months to get the Clintons in here. But we've got them in here, and we look forward to asking lots of questions that I think any curious media outlet in America would have. Yesterday, Ms. Clinton deferred a lot of questions to her husband today. There were at least a dozen times when she said, "You'll have to ask my husband that. I can't answer that." So we already had a big portfolio of questions for him, and that increased yesterday. So we look forward to that. We'll be happy to answer a couple of questions.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Explain to us specifically what you need to hear from President Clinton today. What do you want to know?
Well, I think everyone's seen there are a lot of photos that have been released by the Department of Justice as well as the Epstein estate. There are a lot of email correspondence that included President Clinton. We know President Clinton had, and Secretary Clinton confirmed this yesterday, Jeffrey Epstein was in the White House 17 times while Bill Clinton was president. We know that Bill Clinton flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane at least 27 times. So those are questions that we're going to ask. Everything that most media outlets have reported with respect to pictures and correspondence between Epstein, Maxwell, and Bill Clinton. These are all questions that we're going to ask today.
Mr. Chairman. Yesterday you both told me that you were planning on asking about an email that Howard Lutnick sent to Jeffrey Epstein, I presume about a Hillary Clinton fundraiser. I think that was the one. If he's worth asking about, is he not worth asking in to talk about what he might know?
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting when we hopefully get that video out later today or tomorrow as quick as we can get it out. I think it'll be interesting what Hillary Clinton said about Howard Lutnick.
And how she said it.
And how she said it. We looked, I think that was Ms. Mace, with the line of questioning. So there was a pretty thorough line of questioning yesterday between Ms. Mace and Ms. Clinton with respect to Lutnick. Now, I think you all find it very interesting what she had to say, but we're going to continue to ask questions of everyone that shows up in photos on the island and things like that.
So I'll ask for the current secretary.
I will be asking him, yes.
You will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we heard from Secretary Clinton after her deposition. She described the session as repetitive. She said it veered off topic. She was asked about things like UFOs, Pizzagate. Can you explain why those topics were brought up, and also in light of the release of that photo?
And she also said there were substantive questions yesterday too, but one reason there were repetitive questions about Epstein is because we went through every email and every correspondence that implied Hillary Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein communicated often. You all have seen the email where he said that she looks better in person and all of that. Those were questions we asked. So every item of evidence that would suggest Hillary Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein had a close relationship, we went and asked about that. So it may have seemed repetitive because there was a lot of documentation that would suggest that she had a relationship with Epstein.
And
so,
to be clear, Secretary Clinton actually asked
the microphone,
about the
please.
NDAA. Sorry. To be clear, Secretary Clinton actually asked us about what happened with the disclosure language in the NDAA. So, I mean, I know she's trying to pivot from the fact that she's here and she had a very close relationship regarding the Clinton Foundation and Epstein and Maxwell. But the point is, and I think I'd like to hit on this with probably Ms. Mace here, but I think we have a very important interest in curiosity about what specifically the co-conspirators had a role in all this, right? We know for a fact that some of these were women, and I think that today, at least with my line of questioning, I'm curious about that. Why is it that these women were giving plea deals as adults for trafficking minors? How much of that did they witness, et cetera? And so, I don't know that Secretary Clinton was all that honest about the context of this investigation. We asked extensively about intelligence ties, whether or not she felt that she was targeted as a result of possibly an intelligence gathering operation. And she was very curiously interested in that. And then also, you'll hear it in the response, but had told us to follow up with a few countries, one of which is our ally. So that's interesting.
A question for the chairman.
Ms. Clinton brought up a good point about the Clinton Foundation. There's so many examples in the evidence the Department of Justice released in correspondence where Epstein bragged about how involved he was initially in setting up the Clinton Global Initiative and the Clinton Foundation. We asked those questions to Secretary Clinton yesterday, and she kept saying, well, she was in the Senate at that time. She wasn't focused on it. You'll have to ask my husband. So a lot of the Clinton Global Initiative questions yesterday went unanswered because Ms. Clinton deferred to her husband. So we'll do one more
Mr.
question.
Chairman, it's our understanding that you guys asked Secretary Clinton yesterday about photos of her husband in the Epstein files. What was her reaction when you showed various photos, for example, of her husband in the jacuzzi that we've seen?
I'm going to let Ms. Mays answer that. We're on TV.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything. No, she didn't want to answer any questions about any of that and deferred most of those, if not all those questions to her husband, and he will be thoroughly asked about that today. What did he know? What did he see? Because there are other people who've come forward publicly, like Kevin Spacey, who thought all of this was very strange and actually a very high risk for a president of the United States or former president. It's all very bizarre, but I asked her very pointed questions, and you'll see that in the transcript and the video that comes out, and you'll see how she responded as well, screaming.
And we'll close with this. We're going to get the video out as quickly as we can get it uploaded and the sound and everything from yesterday. So this is, for all practical purposes, a public deposition. The American people are going to see it. I've heard C-SPAN's going to air it wire to wire. So everyone's going to see what was asked yesterday. And I think that'll answer a lot of questions, especially with Lutnick and other things like that. Throughout the day, we'll try to send different members out to give you brief updates. We don't want to disclose what's going on in the deposition specifically until at the conclusion, but we'll keep you updated, and we appreciate everyone being here and look forward to updating you throughout the day.
Ms. Mace, what do you mean that Hillary Clinton was screaming?
She was unhinged, and I hope that President Clinton is less unhinged today than his wife was yesterday. You'll see it.
Why do you think she had a relationship?
Say again?
Why do you think she had a relationship with
Well, he was basically instrumental, for his words, and I think you'll find out from Clinton today in sending up the Clinton approval.
Congressman, who's the ally you were referring to?
Who's the ally?
The biggest thing is we need transparency, accountability, we need justice for the victims, and we need to make sure we find out how can we write laws to prevent human trafficking and prevent people of that evil level infiltrating the highest levels of government. Thank you.
So that was House Oversight Republicans as they went into those depositions. Again, we did since hear from Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna saying Clinton is being cooperative. He's answering all the questions. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we will have some of the Democratic remarks for you, including Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from right here in Florida. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you now to the Democratic remarks. These are from Democratic members of the House Oversight Committee. You see Congressman Maxwell Frost, who just walked up there behind Congressman Garcia from California. This is what they had to say earlier today as they headed into the building for the Bill Clinton deposition.
We have real questions that deserve serious answers from former President Clinton. And we have said from day one that Democrats want to talk to anyone, whether they are a Republican or a Democrat, no matter how powerful they are, whatever position that they've been in. If anyone has information about Jeffrey Epstein, and certainly the horror that he inflicted on so many women and children, we want to hear from them. What we do not want today is a sideshow and questions about UFOs or about conspiracy theories from decades ago, which is what unfortunately happened yesterday when a series of bizarre questions were asked of Secretary Clinton. And Secretary Clinton was clear. She never met Jeffrey Epstein. She never went on the island. She was never on the plane. And she had no knowledge, of course, of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. I want to also add that there are a lot of questions today, whether they're about Epstein's finances, about survivors, about foreign intelligence, that we look forward to asking in a way that's serious and dignified, and we hope Republicans do the same. I also want to add one other thing which I think is really important. Republicans have now set a new precedent, which is to bring in presidents and former presidents to testify. So we're once again going to make that call that we did yesterday. We are now asking and demanding that President Trump officially come in and testify in front of the Oversight Committee. He appears in the Epstein files next to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell almost more than anybody else. So it's time for the president to answer questions about why files are missing from the DOJ, why there's been a White House cover-up, and why we continue in that administration to call this investigation a hoax. And finally, I'll review the call that we made yesterday that we are demanding, again, that the press and the public be allowed inside the depositions so that you can hear the answers and the questions directly. And if that's not going to happen, they need to release a full, unedited review of the questions and video within 24 hours of the end of these depositions. That means that the Secretary Clinton deposition needs to be released immediately today. And with that, I'll pass it along to Mr. Cole.
Thank you so much. Today we're here to conduct a serious investigation, and it is obvious that our Republican colleagues, at least yesterday, were not here to do the same thing. We've said it many times and we'll continue to say it again. We will hear from anyone. We don't care who you are. We just want the truth. All of us have met with the survivors. All of us looked them in the eyes and promised them that we would see this thing through the end and do it in a serious way. Asking questions about UAPs, UFOs, as interested as I am in the subject too, it has nothing to do with this investigation. Don't waste our time. Don't waste the time of survivors who have been waiting and waiting for justice. Now finally the government is paying attention. Members of Congress are paying attention. Stay focused on the matter at hand. We're also calling out the hypocrisy of our Republican colleagues. Who, yes, we're here to talk with President Clinton today. We'll talk with anyone. But how come people like Howard Lutnick, it seems like they don't want to talk with him. They don't want to talk with the president. They don't want to call in Pam Bondi, who has done everything that she can do to cover up and to slow down our investigation. A law passed by Congress damn near unanimously that she's done everything she can to slow down the release of the files. And even when they're released, and they said members of Congress would be able to go to the Department of Justice to view them unredacted. I know all of us, if not most of us, have gone in there and seen files that are still redacted and not given a proper explanation as to why we can't view them. We know the Department of Justice has deleted things having to do with Donald Trump, has deleted things having to do with Howard Lutnick and people connected to the administration. We know that Pam Bondi has been spying on members of Congress as we've been trying to conduct our legitimate oversight responsibilities. So we're here to see this through. We're here because we know that this is about justice for the survivors, but justice also means that this never happens again. That's why this investigation is so important. We don't want this failure of government, this failure of elite billionaires getting away with a different system of justice. We don't want this to happen again, and that's why we're here today. We are serious about this, and my hope is that my Republican colleagues who say they're serious about it, back it up with action. Not just with the questions you ask here today, but what you do from here on out. It's not about party, it's about this nation, it's about protecting our most vulnerable people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm James Walkinshaw from Virginia's 11th District. I am glad that President Clinton is going to sit down today with us and answer questions under oath. Anybody who had a significant relationship with Jeffrey Epstein should explain what, if anything, and when they knew about the crimes that were being committed. President Clinton's sworn statement said that he had no knowledge of the crimes that were committed, and I know that we're committed to asking tough questions about that today. But President Clinton's presence here today, under oath, highlights the Donald Trump-sized gaping hole in Chairman Comer's investigation. President Trump is mentioned tens of thousands of times in the files. We learned in recent days that files related to an accusation made against President Trump have been removed, not released to the public in the files. And this investigation will not be complete until we bring President Trump in to answer questions under oath. I'm hopeful that Chairman Comer will have the courage to move us in that direction. Thank you.
I'm Congressman Suhas Subramanian from Virginia's 10th District. We're going to ask President Clinton the hard questions today. We're going to get to the truth about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But let's be real, we're talking to the wrong president today. President Trump is the one who has not released 2.5 million files. President Trump is the one who is blocking our investigation. President Trump is the one who wants this to go away, but it will not go away. And so yes, we will talk to President Clinton today, but moving forward, this needs to be not about party, but about getting to the truth and getting justice for the survivors.
Congressman Wesley Bell here. I'm sorry, these glasses go dark on me. First and foremost, I think what is getting lost in much of this is that this is about justice for the victims and the survivors. And we can't forget that. This is not political theater, which Republicans seem to be interested in. This is about getting to the bottom of exactly what happened and holding those responsible accountable. And that's exactly what we're here to do. And so we're going to continue to keep pushing Republicans to do the right thing. We need to see anyone who has information with respect to the Epstein files or this sex trafficking. They need to be brought before this committee, and we need to have a serious investigation. And I've said it before, as a former prosecutor, I've led these types of investigations, and this has not been a serious investigation by any stretch of the imagination. The American people want to see justice served. The victims and the survivors deserve justice.
Good morning, Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari from Arizona's 3rd District. I am grateful that we are here day 2 of these depositions with Secretary Clinton and President Bill Clinton. We've always said we will take answers from anyone and nobody is above congressional oversight. But let's be absolutely honest about something. If the Republicans want to be serious about this investigation and getting to the truth and accountability for perpetrators, then we have to look to the most powerful person in the United States and the world, which is President Donald Trump. He is mentioned in the Epstein files more than almost anyone. And just this week, incredibly damning reporting came out to say that there were credible allegations from a woman who said that she was abused by Donald Trump when she was a minor. The FBI investigated this and interviewed this individual multiple times. You do not do that if it is not serious. Further, we need to investigate the ongoing White House cover-up. We know that the Department of Justice has been withholding files, they have been making illegal redactions, the FBI and Kash Patel have been lying under oath. All of these people need to be deposed before this committee. We need to take this investigation seriously. There are more than 1,000 people who were harmed by Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and many other rich and powerful people, children, whose lives were literally altered forever at the hands of this abuse. This is very serious, and I think the fact that some of the Republicans on the Oversight Committee feel that it is appropriate to make statements to say that President Trump is somehow exonerated. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna said this last night. That is the most outrageous thing that I have ever heard. Donald Trump needs to come before this committee, and we will not stop fighting until we get the truth and there's accountability and justice for the survivors.
I'm Ro Khanna from California. I want to echo what all of my colleagues said. A new precedent has been set in America today. Before this, we had the Trump rule. Trump defied, as all of you know, a congressional subpoena with the January 6th committee. He said presidents don't have to testify. Now we have the Clinton rule, which is that presidents and their families have to testify when Congress issues a subpoena. And that means that Donald Trump needs to come before our committee and explain what he knew about Epstein and explain why we have not had a full release of the documents. We also need other people, part of the Epstein class, to come before this committee. If President Clinton can answer questions, many others need to as well. I was pleased to see Congresswoman Nancy Mace today calling for Howard Lutnick to come before our committee. I believe we will have the votes to subpoena him, and we will work with Ranking Member Garcia to make sure that he comes before our committee next.
Mr. Chair, mentioning foreign intelligence.
Virginia Giuffre never accused the former President Bill Clinton of wrongdoing, but she did say that he visited Epstein's Island, that she saw him there. But the former president said he never went. You mentioned Howard Lutnick several times. We know that he claimed he cut off ties with Epstein, but then was found to have visited the island. So who do you believe, Virginia Giuffre or President Bill Clinton?
Those questions are actually going to be asked today in this deposition.
Mr. Ranking Member, just a short time ago, your Republican colleagues said that there was some type of exchange yesterday with the Secretary where she was screaming. What is your characterization of what happened?
I hope that the Republicans release the actual video unedited immediately, because to say that the Secretary was screaming, I think is beyond a mischaracterization. What happened yesterday was a disgrace. To be asking about UFOs, Pizzagate, conspiracy theories, you yourself are going to see the types of questions that she was asked to defend her husband, not directly to her, not information about her. I think they need to release the videos right now. You should all be let.
Who asked about Pizzagate? Who asked about Pizzagate? Who asked about Pizzagate?
You guys have talked often about the precedent being set by President Clinton appearing here today as opposed to President Trump. Is the way that President Clinton answers these questions today also setting a precedent? If he invokes executive privilege or says he doesn't remember, could that set the stage for President Trump to do a similar situation?
I think it was telling that Secretary Clinton did not take the fifth one time yesterday. She answered the questions. That information needs to be released. I think it's important that President Clinton do the same. I think he will answer questions today. I think that President Trump needs to man up, get in front of this committee, and answer the questions and stop calling this investigation a hoax. And we've got to go in.
House Democrats earlier calling for President Trump to testify in that Epstein probe. And again, we have heard since that Bill Clinton today is cooperating and answering questions being asked of him that continue at this moment. Right now, I want to take you live now to UCF, where head coach Johnny Dawkins, the coach of the men's basketball team, speaking live with reporters right now. The Knights coming off a big win over ranked BYU, and they host the Baylor Bears this weekend. That game tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Let's go ahead and listen in.
That's what I like to see, guys. Still staying after practice, still working on ways to improve, and that's what you want to see, even at this time of year.
With all the roster turnover that you guys have had from last year this year, how impressive is this buy-in and this success with this group not having a whole lot of time together so far this year?
Well, I think it speaks to our staff. I think I have a terrific staff. Those guys have done an amazing job. First of all, as we're evaluating and looking to bring the right, young people into UCF, as well as our players. Their overall buy-in because they care. They want to be really good. They want to win. And it starts with that. I think it always starts with caring. You have to care enough to get things done the right way, and I think they've done that. So I've been really proud of them, because when you're trying to put that many new players together, it can be challenging. But these guys have done a great job of buying in.
with everything that's kind of at stake with these last 3 regular season games and then going into the tournament, looking forward to, obviously, everybody's talking about March Madness. How do you kind of keep the guys grounded? How do you focus just on these next 3 games with what's at stake?
Well, I've told our guys all season long, and this way you're hoping, the maturity kicks in and the understanding what we've been preaching all season long is, we want to stay in the present. We don't want to look in the future, and we don't want to look in the past, only to take things that can help us get better. And so our guys need to stay in the moment, which is Baylor, and that's all we care about is who's our next opponent. Let's prepare properly for them, and then we move forward to what's next.
Speaking of Baylor, they've been an elite program. I know this hasn't been a great record for them this year in terms of wins and losses, but I know they're very talented. What stands out when you look at this Bears squad?
As you just mentioned, really, really talented team. Of course, a terrific coach, the coach that's won a national championship. So we know they're going to be well prepared as well. They're going to compete. That's the thing about this league and about these coaches and these players. All of them are very competitive people. So we know we're going to see a great Baylor team come out and give a great effort, and we have to match that with a great effort ourselves.
Is there a player or matchup that kind of stands out when you look at what Scott Drew's team has?
No, they just have several young players that I've been watching that are really, really talented, that are capable of hurting us. But I don't want to single any players out because they have a really good team. They have a number of guys that are capable of hurting us, and we need to be prepared for all of them.
Johnny, you look at, you've had some guys who've been injured, had some bumps and bruises. Jamichael, for instance, left the game the other night. Riley, what are their statuses going into this game?
Well, those guys are still day to day, and they're still recovering. And as I said before, during this time of year, I don't think very many players on rosters, unless you're not playing a lot, are at 100%. So guys are all battling different things on all the rosters, I'm sure. And we need to keep on, getting the proper treatment. Our trainers have been great. Our doctors have been amazing to make sure we can prepare our guys as best we can to move forward.
You feel like Chris Johnson, the way he was able to play and contribute a little bit more, handling the ball with Google out. How did you like his contribution the last couple of games?
Chris has been terrific all season long for us. I think he's really grown into his role. I've really enjoyed coaching him, and he's gotten better. I think he's gotten better as he's, understood our system more, and so I'm excited for him. And he was huge for us on the road, with regards to the contributions he's made, both offensively and defensively. I thought he was really locked in, he was focused, and he gave us a big lift.
You talked about going on this road trip, how you wanted it to provide you guys another opportunity to get closer together as a team, to spend some time together. Did you feel like you were able to accomplish that?
I think we were. We talked about, how the road trips can be a benefit for you, with regards to, you kind of just with each other the entire time. And so I think that can be good, especially if, you're working on just how can we get closer or what can we do to help us continue to get better. And it's just us there. So absolutely, can the road be tough and challenging? In this league, it's incredible. It's very, very difficult to win on the road, as you know. But, it also gives you a chance to kind of bond and connect, on a deeper level because you're together so much.
This time of the year, how beneficial is it to be able to win a close game, be able to pull out a win, especially on the road?
It's important. I think those games really help you. And from the standpoint of knowing that you can in those situations, win in the ways we had to find ways to win in both of those games. Of course, the Utah game, of course, was very close, a one-possession game at the end. But our guys did a great job of executing, making the right plays. And, and it's great to have a senior leader like, Themis Folks, who really understands those moments. And he loves being in those situations. And I think if you've seen him all season long, he's made plays for us, whether facilitating or of course, making shots or free throws that have helped us win some games.
Kind of bouncing off of that with your big games, how did you guys like overcoming challenges with having such big playoffs?
Well, we tried to, have our guys understood that, time zone is real, and we're going to have to readjust our clocks because of the times that we're going to be playing. So we don't keep secrets from our guys. We have conversations about those things so our guys know exactly what they're up against and so that we can be prepared as we possibly can. And we always say the will to win is not enough. It's the will to prepare to win. So we try to give them as much information as you just mentioned there and talk about it so our guys are prepared to, do what they need to do and to understand that we need to be at our best at that different time.
Johnny, how does a road, like a 5-game or a 5-game road trip like that, how does that maybe prepare this team a little bit? You're going into the Big 12 tournament. You're going to spend several days away from here at a site. You've got the NCAA tournament. You may be spending 3 or 4 days away at a different site. How much of those kind of things maybe prepare your team to understand what's going to be like when they get to that point?
Well, what we want to do is we want to make sure you're rehearsing what you may see down the road. And we start that off in the preseason with the type of games we played in exhibition. Whether you have, away game on a neutral site or two. we try to prepare our guys for situations that we may see, down the road. And it's just basically a dress rehearsal. So, okay, how did we do? Did we do well? What do we need to adjust? When we have our after-action meetings, we want to discuss the good and bad and the ugly of those situations, and hopefully we can grow from it. So when that opportunity does come, we're more prepared.
Couple more. Good.
Thanks, Coach.
Take care. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus before we hear from a couple players as well. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and want to get you back to this news conference where we're hearing from a couple of UCF basketball players. Let's go ahead and listen in as they speak ahead of a big game this weekend against the Baylor Bears on Saturday night.
We just got to go 1-0, take it game at a time. Try not to look too far ahead. Just take it day by day.
How do you kind of do that?
So competing in practice like we have been all season, and just keep believing in each other.
Guys, this past offseason you guys practiced on the glass floor at the Union Big 12 tournament. Can you guys just give your experience with that, playing on that, and your confidence?
I didn't get to practice on it because I was hurt, but it looked like a pretty cool experience.
I practiced on it. It really didn't make a difference once you got the plan. It's a pretty cool thing, though.
Chris, you're playing a really big role this year. I know you're coming off some injuries and stuff at previous stops. Just how much improvement do you think you've made throughout the course of this season? Where has your game improved?
I think I made a lot of improvement, and I just want to thank my coaches and thank my teammates for helping me do that as well. And I think I've improved in all aspects of my game, especially my defense.
Is that first half against BYU, is that the best half of basketball you guys have played this season?
If that's what y'all say, y'all are the ones watching it, I believe so.
Well, you guys are the ones putting the shots up and hitting them. Do you guys feel like everything kind of went as well as it could have? Expected? Definitely.
Yeah, I feel like we could have did better. We still had some turnovers in the first half that could have for sure got cleaned up, and some defensive mistakes, but there's always room for improvement.
Do you guys feel a little bit more excitement inside the locker room knowing that you got just a couple more games left in the regular season, then the Big 12 tournament, and then the ultimate goal of making the NCAA tournament?
I feel like I feel like we just moving on to the next game. We're not thinking about the future, and we're not thinking about the past. So
is Is it hard to not think about the future? Because I mean, you guys, that's what you're working for this whole year is to get to that point.
Me personally, no, but I can't really speak on the whole team's behalf. But man, I'll just take it day by day.
Johnny talked about how that 5 days in Utah was a chance for you guys to build as teammates, get to know each other. What did you guys end up doing in those off times during that trip? What was it? Did you guys have some fun? What was it kind of maybe help bond this team a little bit better?
Shoot, I mean, we went out to eat one night, but I mean, really just being around each other all day, every day for those 5 days, really helped us as a team.
Melo, what kind of growth have you seen this season? You obviously upgraded competition, played in the Big 12. Where have you seen the most improvement, you think?
Like you said, playing against better competition. I'm going against, good teammates every day, so my teammates really help me with that, and then they also instill confidence in me, so when I go out there, I know what I have to do.
How is a guy like Riley? I know Riley's been hurt and not able to play, but what's it like having him on the bench, maybe providing some? Does he maybe throw his 2 cents in here or there to see what's kind of going on, or maybe be like a coach on the bench, so to speak?
For sure, he for sure helped me, and he's a very mature, very bright future. So yeah.
How do you guys personally prepare for the late night football season?
So just me personally, I just look at it as like the NBA usually plays later, so that's what we're gonna have to do regardless. So just always being locked in.
Baylor's been an elite program. This hasn't been the best year for them from a wins and losses standpoint, but they got a lot of talent. Just as you kind of look at the scouting report and film, what stands out when you look at this Baylor team?
They got good players, super long team, super athletic team. But like I said earlier, we just got to go 1-0.
Last one? No? All good. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
So some questions asked of a couple of junior guards for the UCF Knights. Chris Johnson, Carmelo Pacheco, speaking there after we heard from head coach Johnny Dawkins just a couple of minutes ago. We're going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Much more to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now in the Barrow County Courthouse in Georgia. This is Colin Gray. He is the father of the suspected school shooter in Appalachia High School, northeast of Atlanta. That shooting happened back in September of 2024. Colt Gray, the suspect in that shooting, was 14 years old at the time. Colin Gray, his father, is on the stand right now testifying in his own trial. He is charged with 29 counts, including 2 counts of second-degree murder and 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. He is facing charges and has testified today about giving his son the rifle that was used in that attack, give it as a Christmas present, hoping to bond with the boy. But the prosecutor is saying he should be held accountable for that, despite because of alleged threats and warning signs that the boy was mentally unstable. So he is facing charges in connection with that shooting. And again, Colin Gray is testifying here on his own behalf, in his own defense, I should say, in this trial. Let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes here.
Testifying at a bond hearing here in court?
In the very beginning of all this, yes.
Okay, and you swore to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yep.
You did that? Okay. Do you remember me asking you about defects coming out to your house, specifically about Michaela Anderson coming out to your house?
In the beginning, I do believe so. You may have asked that question.
Okay. In fact, I asked, so while you were at 954 River Mist Circle in Jefferson, a defects case was opened on your family in November of 2022. And your response was, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I remember that conversation with you. And to further that conversation, you also had asked me if I had ever been arrested. And I had stated that I had not. And in fact, there had been some things 30 years ago, roughly, that had happened. There had been a lot that happened at that point. I've been, arrested. I've been in jail now for a year and a half. And so I'm trying to still process what exactly happened with my son and me being locked up for it. So if I did not remember every single detail that you were asking me at that point, that is my bad.
That's your bad. Okay.
I did, at the end of the day, we had so many meetings with DFACs here and there, I couldn't, I wasn't sure when I met with her.
All right, well, let me say, so my next question to you was, after you said I wasn't aware of that, I asked, you don't remember them coming out to your house and interviewing you after November of 2022 into May of 2023. Now, this is November-ish of, or October-ish of 24 that I'm asking this question. It's just been 2 years. And you said, DFACs never interviewed me at that time.
Yeah.
And there wasn't I don't remember, or I can't recall.
Right.
You said they never interviewed me at that time.
Yeah, after 2 years, I didn't remember that, honestly.
And then I asked, between November of 2022 and May of 2023,
that trial continuing live right now. Let me get you outside the Bill Clinton deposition, where just a moment ago, James Comer, the Republican chair of the House Oversight Committee, spoke briefly and said that President Clinton was asked about Trump and his whether he should be called to testify, and said that that is for them to decide, and then said that in his conversations with Trump, he had never said anything that made him think he knew of what was going on. We are now seeing the Democratic members of this committee step outside and speak right now, so let's go ahead and listen in live.
Facts and asked difficult questions, and the president answered. And it was civil, and he set the tone, in my view, for the precedent that President Trump needs to now come and answer these questions, that Howard Lutnick needs to answer these questions, that other people part of the Epstein class who've been in these files need to come before this committee and ask these questions. And then that's the only way we're going to have accountability and healing. Now I'll turn it over to our ranking member Garcia.
I'm just going to introduce folks. I'll make some comments at the end. I'm going to introduce other members. First we have is Congresswoman Emily Randall.
Thank you. As you heard, President Clinton in his opening statement said that America was built on the idea that no person is above the law, even presidents, especially presidents. And the Democratic members of the Oversight Committee feel the same. No one is above the law, and anyone with knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes should absolutely come before the committee to give testimony about what they saw. or did? Who was there? Who was involved? Survivors like Charlene Richard, who was my State of the Union guest, deserve the accountability and the truth. The American people deserve accountability and truth. That means a complete release of the files and cooperation, not obstruction, from Pam Bondi. And it means testimony on the record from anyone with information, whether that's Howard Lutnick, Bill Gates, Larry Summers, and yes, even and especially Donald Trump.
Congressman Stansbury.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury, and I am deeply proud to represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, where our state has taken action where the federal government has failed. We have reopened an investigation through our state attorney general into the crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein and his associates in New Mexico, as well as passed the first state-level truth commission in this case ever passed in the history of the United States. We will be working very closely to make sure that the state is able to make a full accounting of the crimes in New Mexico. With regards to today's deposition, I want to be clear at the outset that President Clinton, as of today, has not been accused of a crime. There are not public files available that accuse him of a crime, whereas there are publicly available documents that do allege a crime of President Trump. But it is very well established that President Clinton had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and we are treating this investigation extraordinarily seriously. And when you see the recorded deposition, you will see that we asked all of the hard questions centering the survivors, making sure that we get to the bottom of where there are discrepancies in the record, and understanding how not only the crimes that Jeffrey Epstein committed could go on, but why there was a culture that surrounded him wherein the rich and powerful turned a blind eye. And with that, I turn it back to our ranking member.
Hello, everybody. Congressman Maxwell Frost. First off, I just thank you to President Clinton for coming here today to speak with us. Answering these questions has been helpful for us as we will continue this investigation. Donald Trump, as we know, needs to come before this committee. He's been caught in multiple lies as it relates to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I can tell you I've seen unredacted files myself that directly refute his assertion that he kicked out Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago and the reasoning why he did that. Also, walking out of this, I can tell you we all now have a lot of new questions that we have to raise as it relates to the reasoning on why Donald Trump had a falling out with Jeffrey Epstein in the first place. Another thing is that I saw about an hour ago, Donald Trump in a press conference said that Howard Lutnick is, quote, a very innocent guy. Donald Trump has asserted many times that he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes. If he doesn't know anything about Epstein's crimes, how can he know for sure that Howard Lutnick is, quote, a very innocent guy? We have questions for him. And I think what today is showing and what yesterday is showing is, of course, no one's above the law. That includes the President of the United States. And my hope is that our Republican colleagues, as we walk out of here today and go back to D.C., will join us in making sure that we can hear from Howard Lutnick, from Pam Bondi, and from President Trump.
Good afternoon, Congresswoman Isaacman Ansari, representing Arizona's 3rd District. I think today was a historic day for transparency in the United States of America. The fact that we have the former President of the United States, Bill Clinton, under oath, speaking to the Oversight Committee and answering questions in a transparent manner is critical. I look forward to the Republican majority listening to our demands of having the transcripts and the videos unedited of both depositions, today's and yesterday's, released immediately, because the American public deserves to hear and see these answers for themselves. And ultimately, this demonstrates that nobody is above the law. And my top concern at this moment is the ongoing White House cover-up. It is deeply concerning that we are seeing a very coordinated machine from the President of the United States continuously repeating that he has been exonerated. He just repeated that today to members of the Republican Party on the Oversight Committee, repeating that lie as well. There are very credible allegations that have been looked into and investigated by the FBI that the Department of Justice is illegally withholding. Please do not.
Friday afternoon, 2 o'clock here. Thanks for joining us on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. If you are just joining us on the TV side here, we've been listening in as House Democrats from the Oversight Committee speak live right now outside the deposition of Bill Clinton in New York. Just moments ago, heard from Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida's 10th District, as they speak about what they have heard from President Clinton today. And the Democratic members today have also called on President Donald Trump to testify before them in this ongoing Jeffrey Epstein probe. So we've been listening to those remarks and following what they have to say about that. We also expect to hear again from House Republicans on that Oversight Committee coming up in a little bit when they wrap up the deposition of the former president today. So we're continuing to monitor that situation. We'll bring you more as we get it. I want to give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera, where Bike Week is getting underway there. Going to bring in Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, who joins us live now to talk about all the preparations and all the advice for folks with that going on. Chris, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon via Zoom. Bike Week getting underway. Big crowds already, and that we know a lot of preparations have been made as well to get ready for this.
Yeah, so anytime we have these major events with thousands of people expected to come into the area here in Volusia County, they sort of take an all hands on deck approach. That is no different this time around. We have Daytona Beach Police, we have Halifax Health, Volusia County Sheriff's Office, all working, doing their part to make sure that everyone is safe in their various capacities. So today there was a press conference with the police department and Halifax Health, just letting people know that it is important to wear your helmets. That was the number one takeaway today. They say that there is an exponential difference as far as safety is concerned if you're wearing your helmet and you get into a crash versus when you're not wearing it. And of course, police are also stressing to not drive intoxicated, to use various rideshare services if you do have to travel after you have been drinking. So last year, they had about 120 trauma activations at the hospital that they had to respond to. That number was slightly down from the year prior, about 20 or so. And the goal is to keep trimming that number down, keeping people as safe as possible.
So this is going to be going on until, March 8th? And so, those words of warning, not just for the folks who are coming here for this, urging them obviously to wear their helmets, but also we've seen words of advice for drivers and others in the area just to be on the lookout for an increase of motorcyclists on the road, because they're not always quite as easy to spot either when you're driving.
Absolutely, particularly when they get into your blind spot. So you're going to want to be hyper vigilant over these next few days, because there are going to be thousands and thousands of bikes on the road, not only in Volusia County, but up towards Flagler County as well. So they want you to take it easy out there on the roads. There's going to be a lot more law enforcement presence, which means speeding is something they're going to be on the lookout for. Reckless driving is something that they're really going to emphasize this. And both departments have gotten a lot of money towards these sort of projects, particularly for events like this, to make sure that they have more than enough resources to keep, as you mentioned, not only the bikers, but the people who are in other vehicles safe as well.
Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us with Bike Week getting underway. Going to be a busy time there in Volusia, and as you said, up into Flagler County as well. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Maybe again, another live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. And I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me live now with our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, a kickoff to Daytona Bike Week, and I don't think you could ask for a nicer day out there.
Maybe a little nicer.
Well, it's nice right now.
For now.
It's nice right now. It's later.
Yes.
That they're going to have to be watching for.
And of course, I know that there's like a lot of welcome events happening out there tonight. I know the big bar scene down there has a lot of big events that are happening there. So if you are heading to Daytona Bike Week, you might want to have the rain jacket, especially if you are heading to those events later on tonight and through your Saturday morning and even into the afternoon. That's when we're going to be expecting that rain. But again, as much as it does kind of stink that it is going to be impacting these events, we need this rain desperately, Garrett.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot. Just the drought, obviously the brush fire risks, and not just risks, the brush fires that we have seen burning throughout the area. So yeah, I mean, we will take every drop of rain that we can get at this point. Kind of poorly timed for it to be coming in this evening, but I don't think we can complain.
But I guess a little bit of good news is that we're not looking at any rain, taking a look ahead to next week, but as we see those storms kind of roll through the rest of the overnight tonight, through into tomorrow afternoon is when we should start to see those storms kind of taper off. We're going to be on the watch out for lightning because even though that rain is moving in, any like cloud to ground lightning could spark a new fire, and just because the ground is so dry, that's something that we're going to be watching. So it's not completely over yet, that fire risk, but it is significantly lower today than what we saw yesterday. Here's a live look over Mount Dora right now. We're starting to see the first of those sprinkles kind of moving into the Mount Dora area. You can kind of see those gray, hazy, cloudy skies out there. But over in Daytona Beach, it's beautiful. Here's a look at our storm tracker radar right now. You can see those sprinkles making their way into Mount Dora. You can also see that linking up towards the villages. Ocala starting to see a couple of scattered showers. Same with Gainesville. So just north of Gainesville is where we're seeing that front. But this front is huge. We have this front lacing all the way back to South Padre Island in Texas. And we're going to be seeing basically that entire front get pulled through Florida, and all along that front, we're going to be seeing those scattered showers. So here's a little bit of a closer look in towards the villages, Leesburg, just north of Claremont. We're seeing just some rain. That's the good news. It's rain, and that's what the majority of these storms through the next 24-ish hours are going to be. But throughout the next couple of hours, our rain chances are going to significantly go up, especially through the overnight tonight. We're looking at the most widespread rain, but again, we could be seeing a couple of thunderstorms kind of embedded within that line of rain. So we are going to be keeping a very close eye on the lightning count with these storms. Here's a look at tomorrow. So good news, not a total washout, and it's not going to be probably as widespread as what the percentages are talking. It's going to be very on and off as we take a look ahead through the next 24 hours. And once we head into later on tomorrow afternoon, we should slowly start to see those showers start to taper off, and Sunday is going to be beautiful. So we'll take a look at that in a bit. As for rainfall forecast, it's going to be kind of on and off, and at most we could be seeing those totals kind of up to 2 inches, which again, very much needed across the region as we take a look at the next 24 hours. But at most, we're going to be seeing rain pretty much region wide. It's more just like how much rain are we going to see. So we have some areas that could be seeing up to 2 inches, but it just kind of all depends on where we see those heavier pockets of rain as we head through the rest of the overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So heads up, if you do have plans tomorrow morning, make sure you have that rain jacket handy. And then also taking a look ahead to tomorrow morning and even into brunch hour, lunch hour. If you do have any plans, make sure you definitely have the raincoat handy or even the umbrella, because yes, you will definitely need it. Those on and off showers continuing, but tapering off. So Saturday, Garrett, not a total washout by any means, which is pretty good news for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely helpful with all of the things going on. But you know, like we've talked about, it is certainly needed. What is this going to do? I know you were out yesterday at one of those other fires that's been burning. What is this rainfall going to do to help with our drought situation?
I'm glad you asked, and this is probably going to be not the best answer, but unfortunately, as much as we do desperately need the rain, we quite literally need about 7 inches of rain in order to really help this drought situation. So here's our current drought monitor that we have right here. With this was updated yesterday. So it updates every Thursday. So this is still relatively recent. And now 100% of Florida is under drought. So we see with that bright yellow color, that was the dry category. That was in Titusville as per this recent update. Now we don't see that color anymore. So all across Florida, we are seeing some level of drought, whether it's moderate like here in Orlando or extreme like we're seeing in Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, and over to Tallahassee, as well as many areas across South Florida. We need a significant amount of rain in order to kind of bring this back or see these drought conditions get a little bit less severe. So here's a little bit of a closer look in towards where we're at right now. Gainesville, Ocala, Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, they're in the extreme category of that drought. It is so dry out there. Here in Orlando, Deltona, Titusville, and even down to Kissimmee, we're in that moderate risk, so it's still dry for sure, but definitely not as severe as the drought conditions that we're seeing in Gainesville, Ocala, and Daytona Beach. So again, with that, we probably need about a tropical storm's worth of moisture to kind of move into the area, drop a good amount of rain to really help combat these drought conditions. But again, Garrett, kind of like what we were talking about yesterday, it's kind of this big check and balance kind of a thing, that we don't get the rain in the winter and spring months, but we do get it every single day in the summer. So it kind of almost is a surplus that we get in those middle of the month countries, or in the middle of the month kind of areas. But that's what we're going to be seeing as we take a look ahead into the summer, where we get rain every single day. We don't have drought conditions whatsoever, and then we don't really see any rain in the beginning of the month. So that's something where we're really going to be tracking for sure.
Yeah, that's it's a tough situation sometimes at this time of year. We're certainly seeing that right now. Now let's end on a little bit more of a fun note here, because you're telling us some things to look for in the night sky.
I'm excited for this one, and we have a whole bunch of celestial events coming up over the next couple of days, and even as we take a look ahead into the beginning of March, something really cool is going to be happening as well. But let's just start off with Saturday, because there are going to be 6 planets on display. Pretty cool, right? A parade of 6 planets will line up in the night sky. So tomorrow night at about 8 p.m., about 30 minutes after sunset is when the best time is going to be in order to take a look outside. You'll be able to see Uranus, Neptune, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. And here's kind of a look of where you should be looking, taking a look tomorrow night. So they're not going to be in a perfect line, but hey, you can still see it if you have an app or binoculars. You'll be able to see all of these planets in the night sky. A little bit of a cluster of them going to be hanging out just over the western horizon, and then Uranus and Jupiter will be in the more southeast sky. But here's kind of what it will more look like. So of course you won't be seeing planet icons in the sky, but you will be seeing some bright spots, especially Venus, Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter will be very bright white orbs in the night sky. Unfortunately though, you will need either a telescope or binoculars in order to see Uranus and Neptune. But hey, pretty cool thing to kind of wrap up your Saturday. That skies are going to be clearing, so hopefully we should have a good shot at seeing this planetary lineup. And then beginning of March, we also have a lunar eclipse coming up. We'll talk about that coming up next week.
All right, good stuff there. So do we need a telescope to see all of them, or just a couple of them?
Just a couple of them.
Okay.
It's really Neptune and Uranus are the two that are just too far.
Ones that are farther away.
Yeah, that the light doesn't really reach Earth that well. But the rest of them, you can even see Venus out there tonight. Well, maybe not tonight because it is going to be cloudy. But usually we have been able to be seeing Venus during this time of year in the night sky. That one you'll easily be able to see. It'll be a bright white looking star. Same with Jupiter as well. And Mercury is the other one that'll look a little bit on the brighter side compared to the other stars, but it'll have more of like a tan hue compared to what we're going to be seeing with Venus and Jupiter.
All right, 6 planets
Cool.
all in one. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we don't see that very often, for sure.
Yeah, well, make sure you get out there and keep an eye out for those. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live from the Fox 13 newsroom in Tampa. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today with a cool new tool that Hillsborough County property owners have to see how potential changes in Tallahassee could have on their wallet. The Hillsborough County Property Appraiser's Office launched a new proposed tax legislation estimator on Thursday. This online tool allows you to plug in your specific property to see estimated outcomes under several tax proposals that are currently being debated by state lawmakers. Now, the property appraiser says that the goal is to take the guesswork out of the legislative process and show families the real numbers behind the headlines. The estimator provides side-by-side comparisons of different bills. For example, under House Joint Resolution 203, one sample home saw its estimated taxes drop from over $5,700 down to under $2,000. That specific proposal would eliminate non-school property taxes for homesteaded properties. Other proposals, like HJR 209, focus on reductions for homeowners who can provide proof of property insurance. Now, while supporters, like Governor Ron DeSantis, argue that homeowners need long-term relief from the burden of property taxes, the proposals are facing pushback. Critics and state economists warn that these massive reductions could create nearly an $800 million budget gap in Hillsborough County alone. They argue those losses could force local governments to cut essential services, delay infrastructure progress, or hike fees to make up the difference. The Property Appraiser's Office notes that this tool is strictly for informational purposes, and final numbers will depend on updated property values and millage rates set by local authorities later this year. Garrett?
That is a really interesting tool, and that HJR 203, that's the one that the House passed just a few days ago. But it was still a lot of questions about where things go with the property tax elimination. We know the Senate really hasn't done a whole lot on the issue. Still waiting on a proposal from the governor's office as well, because they've said they would at some point release one. Sounds like that could be an issue that heads toward a special session. So it's something that we're continuing to watch, but really interesting, I think, for homeowners to see some of those concrete numbers based on those different proposals.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I actually logged on to the website last night and put in my own address, and it's really cool because it does give you, I think it gives you, I can't remember the exact number of choices to look at, but it's like 5 or 7 different options, and it really breaks everything down for you, and it shows you how much you could be paying under this proposal versus this proposal. So it really does a really good job breaking down the numbers and making it easier to understand for property owners.
All right, our second story in the Tampa Connection today, and that's some folks in the Bay Area doing some early prep for hurricane season.
Yeah, it's something nobody here wants to think about given the back-to-back storms we had in 2024. But hurricane season is right around the corner. It begins June 1st, as we all know. And this past Wednesday, volunteers gathered at Advent Health's training center to give local families a head start on their hurricane preparedness. The nonprofit Rebuilding Together Greater Florida partnered with Verizon, as well as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, to hand out 500 free disaster kits. Each bag is valued at about $65 and was packed with essentials like flashlights, solar-powered battery packs, and fireproof bags. For residents, having these items ready now means one less thing to worry about when the shelves go bare later this year. Organizers say these kits are a lifeline for those who may not have the extra money to build a stockpile all at once. Now, even with the free supplies, officials recommend slowly adding items to your kit over the next few months to spread out the cost before the summer heat arrives. The event also highlighted the importance of community help. Members of the Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, were on hand to help distribute the supplies. These are residents trained in search and rescue and emergency.
To preparing as you can, and that way you're not rushing to get those supplies together. Like you said, when it gets a lot tougher too, because everyone's trying to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone's trying to get their supplies together all at once. You know, we like to say we're prepared, but we do know that a lot of people here wait until a storm is approaching to gather those supplies, and that's when all the shelves are wiped out of all the essentials like bottled water, flashlights, everything that you would need for a storm. So it is recommended to start now and start slowly building up your hurricane supply kit so that over time you are able to spread out the money and not have to be hit with this huge expense all at once.
Yeah, certainly some good advice there. And finally, saying goodbye and mourning a local leader in Manatee County.
Yes, Manatee County Commissioner Carol Ann Feltz was found dead inside of her home in Mayaca City on Tuesday. Feltz was an 8th-generation Floridian. She is obviously a native Floridian, and she always said that she had deep conch and cracker roots. She was described as a fierce advocate for her community and a proud daughter of Florida. She came from a family of first responders, and that upbringing shaped her into a public servant who never forgot where she came from. Before joining the commission, Feltz was a regular fixture at the podium as a community activist. She was known for never mincing her words, often pushing back against developers and fighting to protect the county's wetlands. In 2024, she successfully beat out developer-backed candidate to represent District 1. Those who worked alongside of her, like Commissioner Chair Tal Siddiqui, says Feltz stayed true to herself and her beliefs, sparking healthy debates that often challenge the status quo. Her friends and neighbors say her only fault was that she simply cared too much. They remember her as a leader who worked diligently to understand every side of an issue so that she could best represent the people who elected her. The Manatee County Commission will hold a special honor for Commissioner Feltz this coming Tuesday, that's March 3rd. As the community reflects on her legacy, the focus now turns to the future of her seat. Governor Ron DeSantis has the authority to appoint a replacement to serve until a formal election can be held. Garrett.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us here with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. breaking news this afternoon here on Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. A shooting at a Sanford gas station. We are working to learn more about that. I've got Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie, who is joining us live right now from that scene. Hannah, what can you tell us about what you're learning here this afternoon?
Hey, Garrett, sorry, I apologize. It is pretty loud out here, and this scene quite busy, so it's causing a lot of backups here in Sanford. We're at West 25th Street and West Airport Boulevard, right outside the 7-Eleven, where we have learned someone has been shot right outside the parking lot here. I'm going to flip the camera around to show you guys just how active this scene is right now. So here's a look at the 7-Eleven. Obviously, lots of police officers, sheriff's deputies walking around. We've got crime scene unit here at the scene as well. I'm going to try and get a little bit closer up here because this is what I really want to show you. And I'm hoping I can zoom in. I'm not able to zoom in via the system that we're on right now, Garrett. But right where we're looking, so you see the two officers directly in front of them, between the two caution tape areas, there's probably about 24 rounds of ammunition, spent ammunition, in the ground there between those gas station pumps. That's obviously the cordoned off area that we're looking at right now. And just to the right of that as well, there's a large white pickup truck. That is one of the only vehicles that has stayed here on the scene. So we're thinking this one obviously involved as well. Both of the driver's side doors of that pickup truck open too. There has been a man walking around, kind of going back and forth between the truck and inside the store. We don't know if he is involved. He could be. We don't know anything about the alleged shooter in this situation. We don't know if any charges are being pressed yet. We do know one person shot right here at the 7-Eleven in Sanford on West Airport and West 25th Street. That person taken to the hospital with unknown injuries. Lots of people out here right now, also causing plenty of backups as folks are just coming out here getting a look at what's going on. We were actually out here and someone hit someone else while they were causing, a scene, blocking the roadway, trying to see what's going on here. But this is what we know so far. No word on the gunman. We do know one person injured and taken to the hospital after a shooting in the 7-Eleven in Sanford.
All right, Hannah, we appreciate you joining us. Yeah, very active scene out there. We also know that's a pretty busy intersection there and a busy gas station anyway, just about any time you drive by it. So we'll stay tuned for more updates. Hannah, we appreciate you joining us with that breaking news here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thanks, Garrett.
So yeah, we will keep monitoring that story for more updates. Let me give you a live look right now at the vehicle assembly building at Kennedy Space Center, where Artemis II is inside the garage there, getting some work done, doing crews been working to diagnose what's wrong with the helium flow issue that delayed, again, the next mission, the Artemis II mission. But we had big news earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus Live as we listened to a news conference from NASA where the administrator announced a major overhaul of NASA's upcoming moon missions, including delaying the next moon landing and a number of other changes to make things more safe and achievable, as NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman said in that news conference.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the overall Artemis program, how we're going to achieve the president's objective to return American astronauts to the moon, to build an enduring presence, and ideally not wind up in some of the situations that we've seen recently. So let's talk about the situation. Artemis I launched more than 3 years ago. We had helium leaks with Artemis I. I'm sorry, we had hydrogen leaks with Artemis I. We had helium flow issues with Artemis I. Artemis II went out to the pad. WETROS I, we had hydrogen leaks. And then after a second WETROS II, where we made a lot of great progress, we wound up with helium flow issues. A lot of similarities between the two. And why is that essentially the case? Look, 3+ year launch cadence. I mean, Artemis III right now, as it's currently designed, won't fly for approximately another 3 years. So launching a rocket as important and as complex as SLS every 3 years is not a path to success. A component of that is when you are launching every 3 years, your skills atrophy. You lose muscle memory. We've got a lot of really talented folks that have been working hard on the Artemis II campaign, and whether they're going to want to stick around for 3 more years after this mission is complete is a question mark. This is just not the right pathway forward. And I'd say also, when you are experiencing some of the same issues between launches, you're probably got to take a close look at your process for remediation. Are you truly getting to technical root cause, or are you getting close to it? So we've got issues with low flight rate. And I would say a great way to exacerbate that problem further is to start making changes to vehicle configuration. SLS is a very impressive vehicle. We don't want to turn every one of them into a work of art. And then I would also say that having very big objectives, a wide objective gap between missions is also not a pathway to success.
That was NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman speaking earlier today about some of those changes and the reason behind it. I also had the chance to speak with Ken Kramer. He's the managing editor of Space Up Close. He attended that news conference today, and we got his take on what those changes mean for the upcoming moon missions and whether he thinks they're the right move.
I think it's a really great choice. The launch cadence has to increase. As he said, it's not good to launch every 3.5 years. That's what the situation is now. We really need to be launching much more frequently, almost every year. During Apollo, it was every few months, really. And that keeps the teams primed. It keeps them working well. And it keeps everything very exciting. And it's a step-by-step approach. So what they have done is added a new mission and changed the objectives of Artemis III. So Artemis III will now be a Earth-orbiting rendezvous mission with the lunar lander. So it'll be very much like Apollo 9 back in the Apollo era, where the first time the lunar module flew was in Earth orbit, and then the command module docked with it. So that's what they're going to try and do in this case with the lunar modules from Blue Origin and from SpaceX. And so that would happen sometime next year, mid next year, late next year. And if that all works out, then that would set up a lunar landing potentially in 2028 by the end, or maybe the next year. But this will gain confidence in the lunar landing system, the human landing system, which is still under development right now. And that's really what needs to do. That's what NASA did in the Apollo program, tested it out before sending it to the moon. So I think it'll be really great. They're just developing the plans right now. So, we asked about like when they would name astronauts. That's yet to be done. What's the orbit going to be? Maybe somewhere in low Earth orbit, but it's yet to be determined. So I think this is a really great decision because it'll increase confidence, and it will test out the hardware. But there are going to have to be some changes to the human landing system also, I think.
Ken, we heard a lot of talk today about the importance of increasing the flight rate. Why is that important? Why is that hopeful when you're talking about trying to address some of the issues that have been cropping up in this?
Well, if you're only launching every 3 years, it's really like an experiment. And when you're changing the hardware, like for the hydrogen, with these leaks, you're not gaining a lot of experience with how to deal with these issues. So by increasing the flight rate, with hardware really that already exists for the core stage, you're going to be able to standardize the procedures more, test out what works and what doesn't work. And so that'll build a lot more confidence. Apollo was, it had its issues too, but they did launch every 3 months, and that's what we need to get to in Apollo. So it gives the team experience so that they don't atrophy in their skills. Just practicing simulations all the time is just not like the real world. So we need these real world experiences. It's good for the team. It's good for public outreach. And the contractors, at least for the core stage and the upper stage and the Orion capsule, those components already exist, so they can be built. The real issue is the human landing system, and that's really yet to be defined. And I asked about that, because I think they're going to need a little bit of a simpler architecture than what's proposed by SpaceX with 10 to 30 refueling missions. That's going to have to be simplified next year in order to accomplish this next year. And so we'll see how that all works out. So they still have to develop the plans, but I think it's a great idea to standardize the rockets and increase the flight rate.
You mentioned some of the things that you think need to continue to change. What are some of the additional adjustments that you think need to be made?
Well, for SpaceX, they're proposing 10 to 30 cryogenic refueling missions, which, eventually you have to get there. But that is not going to be accomplished with Starship by the middle of next year. All right. So they've got to come up with a simplified approach. And I asked about that, and they're a little vague on how that's exactly going to happen. And with Blue Origin, they're planning to launch the initial version of their lunar lander will be uncrewed. They call it the Mark I lander. That should launch later this year sometime. It's in vacuum testing right now, and hopefully launch, the second half of this year. But that is going to have to evolve to their human lander, which is the Mark II. So they've got to come up with something in between, like a Mark 1.5, where they upgrade it for humans, but it's not the fully capable system that they will eventually have. So that's got to be the case for both SpaceX and Blue Origin. They want to try and land on the moon in 2028, but I kind of really doubt that can happen. But by testing an intermediate lunar lander in next year sometime, I think we'll gain a lot of confidence in eventually getting to the human landing on the moon. And like I said, that's what Apollo did. So they've got to simplify the human landing system architecture so it can be done in a reasonable number of time and with a reasonable number of launches. For example, the Chinese are only doing 2 or 3 launches, and they're hot on our heels, and they're going to have their taikonauts on the moon by the end of the decade. They only need 2 launches to get that done, 2 or 3 launches, 1 for the crew and 1 for the human lander on the moon. And we've got to get close to that, at least in these initial tests, and then gradually build it up to more complex architecture where we can have a sustained presence on the moon at the South Pole where the water is.
If this is a case that we have already seen a number of delays, that there already has been a low flight rate,
right?
How then are they going to increase that flight rate and still be able to keep this schedule without further delays and just pushing that next moon landing even further down the road?
Well, that'll be the question, really, whether they can accomplish that. It is a very ambitious program, but I think they need these goals in order to get something done. We just can't wait forever to get things done. So these incremental steps will help. But the funding needs to be there. Right now it is. Hopefully the administration and the Congress will continue that funding, and we'll take it from there.
Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close. We always appreciate you joining us and sharing your expertise and perspective with us. And thanks for joining us from Kennedy Space Center today.
Sure. And they're still working on Artemis II to get those seals fixed, and hopefully it'll roll out soon, and your viewers can watch it hopefully in early April.
Yeah, let's hope so. More breaking news this afternoon here on Florida Live. Want to give you a live look at Orlando International Airport, where the FAA has put in a ground stop because of weather and thunderstorms in the area. This could go on for about an hour, so we'll have to see. We'll be monitoring this situation. Just saw a plane land there on our live camera view. So we are monitoring that. Just be aware that is something if you are getting ready to do some traveling. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Attorney General James Uthmeyer was in Titusville earlier today. He was with the Brevard County Sheriff and the Volusia County Sheriff and some other law enforcement officials as well, announcing the results of a large illegal gambling bust. More than 500 illegal gambling machines that they seized as a part of this operation. Here's what they said about that in that news conference earlier today.
Good morning. It's great to be here, see everybody. Today we're here to announce the largest ever, really the first of its kind, sweeping takedown of unlawful casino gambling operations. Joining me this morning, we've got two of our great sheriffs, Wayne Ivey and Sheriff Chitwood out of Volusia County. We also have Florida Gaming Control Commission Chair Julie Brown. We have our new Executive Director of the Gaming Commission, Alana Zimmer. We also have Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Chief of Homeland Security, Mike Schell, and Titusville Police Chief John Lau. This morning, we're here to announce about 40 unlawful gambling operations were taken down in the last few days as part of a widespread sting, taking down locations in Volusia, Brevard, Duval, and Flagler counties. About 40 locations, as I said. Right now, we're at 525 machines, almost 200,000 in cash seized, and that number is only going up as these collections continue. This isn't just bingo or Uno at the dining room table. As you can see behind me, you've got sophisticated machinery, large devices. We've got two warehouses here, stuff from floor to ceiling with these big casino games. If you're out there and you want to go gamble and you think, oh, wow, it's in a nail salon, that's probably too good to be true. It is too good to be true. These are unlawful sites. They not only suck revenue out of our economy, away from our state, but they also facilitate more serious crimes. So people at home, we've had some judges out there, they think that this unlawful gambling is not a big deal, it's not worth their time, but I'm here to tell you it is dangerous, it is violent. You almost always see connections to money laundering, to human and drug trafficking, to burglary, drugs, weapons. It is serious. And here in Florida, it is going to stop. Rule of law is not just a slogan here, it is a commitment. So yeah, we're going to take down child predators. Yes, we're going to take down drug traffickers. We're going to take down criminal aliens. And we're going to take down unlawful gambling operations. The game is over. I want to thank the interagency partners for being here. That's why we're so effective here in Florida. Our sheriffs, our police chiefs, our federal partners, our Gaming Control Commission, which is still kind of in its infancy. When we negotiated the Seminole Gaming Compact and the legislature ratified it several years ago, the Gaming Control Commission was a great thing to come out of that deal. It's a new entity that's going to have more independence, that's going to focus on unlawful gaming. You've got a great gaming law enforcement division. I want to thank Carl Harold, who's the director of that. They're on this all day, every day. They understand the dangers associated with unlawful gaming, and they're going to take them down one by one by one. This is just the beginning. Over 2026 and beyond, you're going to see a lot more of this. We're going to be spanning all over the state. It's not just isolated to this region, and we know that. So if you are operating one of these facilities or you're thinking about operating one, this is your warning. Don't roll the dice. Don't test your luck. Do not bet against the house on this one, I promise you. It is not going to work out well for you. Part of why this has been rampant over the years is the penalties are too low. It's been just a misdemeanor for operating one of these. Now, we usually get people on the bigger crimes, as I mentioned, so we're going to put you away for as long as possible. But when you're operating one of these facilities, a basic misdemeanor is not enough. So we've been calling on the legislature to heighten the penalties. They're working on some bills right now. I'm optimistic that you will have felonies for people that want to engage in this behavior. The risk is not going to be worth the reward. If you want to go out and game, there are lawful ways to do it in Florida. If you want a sports bet, there's one, online, the Hard Rock application. It is lawful. That was part of this deal with the state. It brings in billions and billions for the state that's going to go towards education and the environment. Our partnership with the Seminole Tribe and that compact is wonderful. It's transparent. It's regulated. We know there's no shady business. There's no trafficking. There's no drugs. It's all highlighted. It is regulated. It is safe. That is where you should go. In-person gaming, you've got several, Seminole reservations. I think the big Hard Rock Guitar and Hotel, you can't really miss it down there in Broward County. There's several licensed pari-mutuel facilities, again, regulated by the state, transparent, safe, following the law. Go to those locations. Again, stay away from this stuff. This is illegal. It's going to get you in trouble. So I'll conclude again by saying working with law enforcement every single day is the best part of this job. It's an honor for me. I get to come up here and highlight a lot of their great work, but they're doing the job. Sheriff's deputies, the police chief and his team, the gaming control enforcement officers, they put their lives on the line. They go into some dangerous and hostile territories. I heard we did have some illegal aliens associated with some of these operations. They do God's work. They fight for our families, and I'm happy to fight for them. So with that, I will turn it over.
Attorney General James Othmeyer speaking earlier today at that news conference in Titusville, where he was talking about quite the illegal gambling operation, a number of them that were busted, 40 different locations that they found more than 500 of those machines. You saw the video showing many of those machines that were taken, also $200,000 worth of cash that was seized. And that's one of the things that some of the other law enforcement officers who spoke at that news conference really pointed out, that when it comes to these illegal gambling operations, they're not regulated, they're not inspected, and so really in a lot of ways they say you're getting likely stolen from your money because they aren't necessarily fair. So something else to keep in mind. We're going to take another break here on Florida Live, but we've got more to get to this afternoon here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. So keep it right here, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. And if you like milkshakes, this next story is for you, because for a limited time, there's a new spot at Disney Springs where you can get a crazy shake. Aaron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info, joined me on Fox 35 News Plus earlier today to explain.
This is not one of their craziest ones. This is a classic one because there was no way one of the crazy ones were going to make it in my car on the way back. But this is a delicious peanut butter version if you're looking for that as well. This is going to officially open up on Monday. This is just a 90-day pop-up at Disney Springs. It's where the pre-existing spot was for Sprinkles. So that spot that used to sell the cupcakes, well, for the next 90 days, you're going to be able to get some crazy, crazy milkshakes. And I'll tell you, they're even crazier than what you're seeing right there. That was when they gave me the peanut butter one I had already kind of devoured. On the other two, they have a Mickey Mouse themed one. They've also got one that's going to be just a bunch of different candy versions. They've got a cookie version. They've got all different types of toppings. So if you want those like insane shakes, this Mickey one you're seeing right here, that's their signature one right there. And please bring a friend. You're going to need help eating that. That is a full Rice Krispie on top. It's got fondant, it's themed, and there's an entire milkshake underneath, and there's still rock candy and the cherry on top. These things are very, very large. There is a ton of different flavors, a lot of sweet flavors, and you go and grab and go. So it's not like you have a waiter or anything. You just go and get some of these options. You can walk around Disney Springs, and you can kind of see at the bottom there's like a catch spot, and I really appreciated that because the crazy shakes, there's so many toppings. Still grab some napkins, but they at least gave you something to try and help your hands from all the toppings falling off.
You can definitely see what makes these shakes so crazy. So talk to us about what you tried and what you liked about it.
So one of the things I really liked is this is not the first time that someone has ever made a milkshake that's had stuff on top of it, right? But I like that these are not overly sweet. Sometimes you go and get these milkshakes and it's like they were just trying to see how much sugar they could dump on top. Now, I'm not going to lie. Some of these are very, very sweet. I mean, you've got some of the candy, the cereal-based one there. You can taste it, but it's a lot more of a cereal milk-based flavor. It's a lot of vanilla as the ice cream base instead of it being like, there's this flavor, and then we stack this flavor, and then we mix it up into the milkshake. It's like a nice classic milkshake with the toppings. And to me, I kind of preferred that a little bit better because sometimes when you get some of these, they're just a little overwhelming. But all three flavors I like. They were very creamy based. It's a very thick milkshake. It came with a straw. Maybe I didn't let it sit up enough in the Florida sun for it to melt. I would recommend the spoon that they're going to give you. You're probably going to need that because these are some very thick milkshakes.
Yeah, those, oh my gosh, they look amazing. What's the price range for things like this?
So the most expensive one is going to be $24. That's going to be the Mickey Mouse theme one, and it's just the over-the-top one. But there are going to be ones that are a lot cheaper than that, and ones that are ones you can share, like with family, if you're trying to bring some of that cost down. But your average one was somewhere around $15 to $17 for some of the more classic options, and then you can add on a bunch of different flavors and stuff like that. There's a ton of the different topping options that you can get, which are the crazy shakes themselves. So there's the classic flavors. If you want to get something like chocolate, vanilla, if you just like strawberry, if you want something like that, those are totally an option if you don't want some of the crazier versions. But if you're going for crazy, they had a bunch of options for that as well. And you can go in and kind of pick exactly which one you want. I got these flavors, as you can see here, but they also had one that was cookie. They had a chocolate decadent one. So there is a ton of these different totally covered flavors if that's something you're looking for as well. But again, this is only going to be here for 90 days. I mean, you have until the end of May. They're not continuing through summer. So if you're someone that's been wanting to try this out, if you want to get a new flavor, you want to get something sweet and very shareable, you got to go to Disney Springs in the next 90 days, and it's going to officially start this upcoming Monday on March 2nd at noon. And there'll probably be quite a line because this is a very popular company elsewhere, and it's just their first time now showing up here at Disney Springs.
So which one do you recommend? What's your top recommendation for a newbie?
I really love the cereal one because it had some of that like cereal milk flavor that I really, really liked with it. So for me, that was probably my top choice. But I mean, this peanut butter, it's just nice, classic, smooth, creamy peanut butter. That one I really like. If you're not trying to go for anything over the top, I really love a peanut butter milkshake. So for me personally, this one would probably be a winner if you're just wanting something that's just not as over the top. But if you're going for crazy, I mean, you have a lot of crazy options. You're going to look, they have plenty of pictures there inside of the store. Couldn't share all the photos from the inside yet. They're getting it prepped for the official opening, but you're going to like the interior. They got plenty of pictures there, plenty of colors for you to see exactly what they're going to put on top. And you got a lot of options when they do officially open.
So that is, if you like milkshakes, you're going to want to check it out. But I think the key word being shareable. They look pretty big for one person, but hey, go on an empty stomach and just take care of one of those yourself. They certainly do look very good. Well, we are just about out of time here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon over the past hour here on Fox 35 TV. I want to let you know our live streaming news coverage continues next over on Fox Local and YouTube. So if you're already watching us there, you don't need to do anything. That will continue here in just a minute. If you are watching us on TV right now, we want to let you know we live stream daily, all day, essentially. From the start of Good Day Orlando all the way through your evening newscasts, we are on with live local content here, and so we hope you join us for that. We've been live streaming since 10 o'clock this morning with that NASA news conference that we've been tracking, that breaking news, that huge Artemis overhaul about the moon missions. So we talked a lot about that this morning. So our live streaming news continues next. I know you are likely looking forward to the weekend, and just to be aware of the rain that's coming this evening that Laurel told us to watch out for. But as we wrap up our show here, let me give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach. And what a beautiful view on this Friday afternoon, even with those clouds that you see in the horizon. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time right here on Florida Live.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. I do want to get you back. We listened in a little bit to this earlier. This is a live look inside a courtroom in Barrow County, Georgia, where the father of a school shooting suspect in the state of Georgia, north of Atlanta, Appalachia High School, that shooting that happened back in September of 2024. The father of that shooting suspect facing charges, testifying in his own defense today. He's been on the stand for a while. Like I said, we did listen in a little bit earlier today before having to dump out for some breaking news. But let's go ahead and listen back in as he testifies right now.
The morning after he had a physical confrontation with your wife holding the gun.
He wasn't holding the gun, she was.
That's not what she said.
I'm sure that's what she said, but he told me she went for the gun. So I put him up.
So the 16th, you order him the Fariachi bore site at 6:25, and at 8:57, Colt sends you a text. They also talked about the holes in the door. And that's referring to the holes Colt put in the two doors, correct?
Yeah, the one headbutt where he tripped, I think, was an accidental thing. I don't think he was doing that on purpose. In fact, I know he wasn't.
Okay. So this isn't the first house Colt has put holes in, is it? Didn't he put a hole in the house in Jefferson in 2022?
I don't know if I'm aware of that, of a hole he put in the wall.
Okay, and of course he broke the window down in Fitzgerald.
Yeah, he slammed the door and broke a pane. He just cracked it.
And at 9 a.m. he sends you the text. Sends you this text. I am restraining myself as for what I feel like doing right now. I have barely any control over. So he's telling you he's losing control over himself, isn't he?
I wasn't sure what was happening with him at that moment. I was not there.
Okay. So that's the day that Marcy leaves and goes back to Fitzgerald.
So that's the day we all thought he was in school. Marcy was in the house, didn't know he went to school. Debbie, Charlie, everybody comes up.
Yep.
He's hiding in the closet.
Right.
And I later learned what those texts were about. He was sitting there listening to the conversations going on in the house.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when they go to leave, he comes flying out of the house and has a violent outburst with them.
I heard multiple stories of what happened.
Okay.
I heard Colt and I heard Marcy's version of it.
Okay. That would have been his second violent outburst in 2 days.
According to Marcy.
Okay. And when Marcy and Charlie and Debbie leave, they come to your work.
They do.
There.
They come to the Rockdale fire station I was building.
Where you were, and they meet you.
Correct.
And they tell you about what Colt had done, come flying out, threatening to kill them, and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, she didn't necessarily, I don't think she mentioned the word kill or anything like that. She said that they were taken back, didn't know that he was in the house till he showed up at the door, and I think he was cursing at Charlie about being in our house.
Did Debbie talk to you about those awful emails that we went over in court that day that she got from Colt?
Do you have them?
I don't have them with me, but do you remember when she testified all about the fuck you and your God and all that, hope you all die?
Oh, to Debbie?
To Debbie.
I remember.
And that was in the aftermath of this, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
Okay. And did you see those? Did they talk to you about that?
I don't think Debbie talked to me about those emails at all.
Okay. When they come meet with you, do they tell you about Colt acting this way? What they had told me was he came to the door, surprised everybody, and was pissed off about Charlie being in the house, and Mamu talking about calling defects on me. Well, let me ask you this. What they described to you of how Colt was acting, did it disturb you?
I wasn't surprised he was mad. I wasn't surprised at that. I was actually mad that what was happening inside of the house. I was also upset that he had lied about going to school again. So there were multiple things I was upset about, actually. But what he was telling me was going on being said in the house, I was upset. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's talk about specifically your thoughts about Colt.
Okay.
As they're talking to you at this fire station that you're working at, does it worry you, what they're describing, does it worry you about Colt, about how he is in his emotional state?
It didn't worry me to the point because I knew he was pissed about Charlie because Charlie had threatened and had called the police on him prior down in Fitzgerald. They did not like each other and had multiple run-ins.
Okay. So your testimony today is that you were not worried about Colt being like a troubled teen or upset or anything like that?
Well, I was concerned about him being upset for sure. I was concerned about him not being in school again. So yeah, to say I was not concerned, no, I was concerned.
Okay. But you were worried about Colt's emotional state at this point based on what they told you?
I was worried about him being upset again after I've worked really hard to kind of keep things calm, and upset about him not being in school.
Okay. And they gave you the Zoloft for Colt to keep giving him the Zoloft, didn't they?
Yes, she gave me a Ziploc bag of broken up little pills. I wasn't sure what they were at the time.
Okay, so I want to pull up a text that Debbie sent to Colt. I think it's already in evidence at 10:21 a.m.
Let's actually come back to that. I think you indicated yours right. Okay. Go ahead and take 10.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus as they take a little bit of a break here. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
Be a short recess.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, counting down to the weekend, and a lot of things going on this weekend. We talked earlier with our friends at UNation in our Community Crossroads segment to tell us more about some of the different things going on around the area.
We have so much happening, and it's beautiful right now, but looks like it might rain over this weekend. But we're not going to let that crush our mood because we have so many great events happening.
Yeah, you can't, you just got to make some extra preparations for it just in case, but we're not going to let it spoil things. Starting with the Strawberry Festival going on this weekend.
Yeah, over at Amber Brook Farms in Eustis, Florida. So it's a little bit of a drive outside of Central Florida, but trust me, guys, it is worth the drive. It is worth the experience. They have fresh strawberry picking. You pick sunflowers and zinnias, strawberry-themed treats and desserts, food trucks and other local eats, wine tastings, which are my personal favorite, live music, entertainment, those fuzzy farm animals that you get to play with, games, other outdoor activities, and photo ops galore over at Amber Brook Farms. We love it there. It is so much fun. It is a perfect day trip. It's a perfect family activity location. It's also perfect for a little date night. So if you're looking to kind of continue the love from Valentine's Day over this spring, this is a great place for you guys.
And Ashley, there's a lot of things included in the tickets, but there are also some add-ons as well.
Oh, there is so much. So some included fun, like that bubble barn that we saw, the ball zone, jump pads, and then there's also like 20% off the strawberry pickings and $2 a stem for those sunflowers. They also have a happy hour from 2 to 3 p.m. for half off drinks, and that's all included and add on to your tickets.
Right, and now let's talk about Panda Fest, also going on this weekend. Always a great time at Festival Park.
Panda Fest is actually one of the biggest outdoor Asian food festivals in the U.S., and it's coming right here to the heart of Orlando. They have ticket prices are like $14 for general admission on Friday and Sunday. On Saturday, it does jump up to $16, but listen when I tell you all of what you can expect in that ticket. You get 2 free gifts on entry, which is 1 customized panda pin with an Orlando feature and a headband, over 80 food vendors, over 200 Asian street food vendors, 200 merchandise vendors, and Asian culture performances, panda-related merchandise. Garrett, they even have a panda inflatable and a bounce house. Like, they have so much. They are leaning into this theming. And again, this is a perfect place for families and for foodies alike right here in the heart of Central Florida.
I mean, who doesn't love pandas, first of all? Just to see all the panda things out there, I mean, that in itself is a draw.
I love how much they are leaning into this theming. I think it's so much fun. It's such like a great way to celebrate the culture as well. And just like a really fun and exciting and eye-catching way.
Yeah, really cool event out there, and just seeing all the food offerings there in the video, making my mouth water. Certainly a lot to offer, and 80 plus food vendors, 200 plus Asian street food. I mean, it's huge.
You have to come hungry. I was scrolling through the list of vendors earlier today and my mouth just dropped because you can see that number, but it's different when you're scrolling through the list of vendors and you're like, oh my goodness gracious, this is taking me so long just to look at the list. So come hungry, come ready to eat.
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, and then after you get your fill there, there's also an opportunity this weekend for some health and fitness as well in the downtown area.
Exactly. So your weekend is planned. You go get your fill at the Panda Fest, and then you go and do some yoga at the Yoga Health and Fitness Expo. It is the 12th annual happening in Lake Eola. It's from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The event itself is free, but you do need to register online. And guys, there's only a few spots left, so act very quick. Some insider tips, definitely bring a yoga mat and some water. There will be vendors there and you can, get some extra things, but they do fill up quickly for these sessions and you want to act fast. So make sure you come a little bit prepared. Arrive early to secure a good spot for that opening group yoga session. The biggest crowd tends to happen right at the start of the day. So that's a heads up. Also, weather can be a little bit unpredictable in Orlando, as we know. So come prepared. It'll be a little bit chillier in the mornings, Obviously, when we hit that peak of 3 p.m., it gets very hot, so bring layers. It might rain over the weekend, so just overall, be prepared for whatever's going to happen at an outdoor event. Also, the grass at Lake Eola can get a little dewy sometimes, so bring a towel if you don't want to do yoga on wet grass. Cash definitely comes in handy for those local vendors, so bring some cash and also comfortable walking shoes. Yes, you can do yoga barefoot in socks, but definitely recommend walking shoes for walking around this event at Lake Eola. It's a beautiful, beautiful park, beautiful walking trails you'll want to go explore, and you'll want to be comfortable while doing it.
Yeah, a lot of great pro tips there. And what a great place to have something like that. I mean, you're just talking about a really beautiful, park and section of town there.
They've sectioned out like the greenery area. You'll get to see the beautiful swans. The fountain will be going. You'll get to see the amphitheater. I love Lake Eola. I think it's one of the hidden gem little charm parts of it. I mean, literally, hi, it's behind me. Lake Eola, look how pretty she is. So definitely being able to have a yoga session here is just so grounding and so good for the soul. So definitely hit that up this weekend.
And we can't forget the Central Florida Fair, a mainstay. I mean, that's also going on.
That's also going on. It's going on now through March 8th. So I know we have a lot of events for you happening this weekend. So if you can't make it this weekend, guys, it's happening next weekend too. You're good. You're solid. It's happening 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays. And then on weekends, it opens at 12 p.m. So even more time on weekends, but don't count out those weekdays. This is actually the 114th Central Florida Fair, which is insane. This has been going on for 114 years. So another reason to come celebrate. Yesterday was the first day. So you've already beaten those first day crowds if you go this weekend. You'll have your favorite midway games, food, live music, entertainment, livestock shows, and you get to go have and pet like the fuzzy cows, which are my favorite, some other competitive exhibits, and all of the fun at the Central Florida Fair. They have the most insane eats, the most insane rides, and the cutest animals. So it's a great event for your family to go to. It's also great with friends. It's great with romantic partners. It is just overall a really, really exciting time to be in Central Florida and celebrate at the fair.
Yeah, and certainly, like you said, if you can't make it out this weekend, you're gonna have more chances. So that's great to know. Now let's talk about our local spotlight as well, because I know you wanted to highlight a few new restaurants that are opening around the area.
Garrett, it feels like we are getting new restaurants in Orlando every time we look around. I feel like it's at least once a week, which is so, so exciting. So we have 3 new spots for you to check out this in Orlando. So definitely put these on your radar, make a night to go. First off, we have Moonwalk Kitchen and Lounge, which is in iDrive. It definitely brings a modern flair to classic Chinese cuisine. So when you go, you can order your favorites, orange chicken, sesame chicken, General Tso's. Like they really bring that traditional Chinese flavor in an elevated space. So it's very, very beautiful inside. We also have Jala Indian cuisine in Winter Park, which another is a really elevated space. It really is a tribute to the beautiful cultural dishes of India, and you can have those favorite dishes while also trying something a little bit new. So they have an entire list of naan bread, garlic naan, cheese naan. I was checking out their menu the other day, and there was like 5 different options of naan, and the bread lover in me was so excited about this. It is absolutely beautiful inside. So if you're looking for more traditional Indian cuisine, you can also head over there. And then for a final new spot, we have Rock Sushi Grill in Altamont Springs. And this is an unlimited sushi buffet. All items are a la carte. They also have some made-to-order sushi. So they have fresh-made sushi rolls, sashimi and nigiri, hot chicken grill items, appetizers, tempura, other fried favorites, and a full bar with drinks and cocktails. So you can order as much as you like, made fresh to order, perfect for lunch, dinner, family, friends, and other special occasions. And as always, healthy ingredients, quality ingredients at a great value.
Well, I hope everybody was taking notes here, because you gave us so many great things to keep in mind, some new places to try as well.
I know we went through them really, really fast, but we also have them all on our platform, UNation. So if you want to dive deeper into those, maybe you want to learn more about what's going on this weekend outside of the other options, you guys can download our free UNation app. You can also connect with us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando. We do have visuals of all of these. If you're a more picture person, you can go and check out them there.
Lot to look forward to this weekend. That is Ashley Edwards from UNation joining us earlier today. Going to take one more break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to revisit our big story of the day here as NASA overhauling the Artemis mission. We heard earlier from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Here's the details as we know them.
Lori is going to speak with you about what we're learning about Artemis II now that it is back in the VAB and what our path is back out to the pad and to launch this historic mission. But before that, I'd like to talk a little bit about the overall Artemis program, how we're going to achieve the president's objective to return American astronauts to the moon, to build an enduring presence, and ideally not wind up in some of the situations that we've seen recently. So let's talk about the situation. Artemis I launched more than 3 years ago. We had helium leaks with Artemis I. I'm sorry, we had hydrogen leaks with Artemis I. We had helium flow issues with Artemis I. Artemis II went out to the pad. Wettress I, we had hydrogen leaks. And then after a second Wettress II, where we made a lot of great progress, we wound up with helium flow issues. A lot of similarities between the two. And why is that essentially the case? Look, 3+ year launch cadence. I mean, Artemis III right now, as it's currently designed, won't fly for approximately another 3 years. So launching a rocket as important and as complex as SLS every 3 years is not a path to success. A component of that is when you are launching every 3 years, your skills atrophy. You lose muscle memory. We've got a lot of really talented folks that have been working hard on the Artemis II campaign, and you know, whether they're going to want to stick around for 3 more years after this mission is complete is a question mark. This is just not the right pathway forward. And I'd say also, when you are experiencing some of the same issues between launches, you're probably got to take a close look at your process for remediation. Are you truly getting the technical root cause, or are you getting close to it? So we've got issues with low flight rate. And I would say a great way to exacerbate that problem further is to start making changes to vehicle configuration. SLS is a very impressive vehicle. We don't want to turn every one of them into a work of art. And then I would also say that having very big objectives, a wide objective gap between missions is also not a pathway to success. So we didn't go right to Apollo 11, right? We had a whole Mercury program, Gemini, Apollo, lots of Apollo missions before we ultimately landed. Right now, our program is essentially set up with an Apollo 8 and then going right to the moon. And that is, again, not a pathway to success. So what is the right way forward here? So first, today we're announcing a standardization of the SLS fleet to what we'll call essentially a near Block 1 configuration. So the idea is we want to reduce complexity to the greatest extent possible. We want to accelerate manufacturing, pull in the hardware an increased launch rate, which obviously has a direct safety, consideration to it as well. You get into a good rhythm, launching great frequency, you get that muscle memory. In order to do that, we need to rebuild and strengthen the workforce here at NASA. Now, this is directly in line with a workforce directive that I released several weeks ago. We have to rebuild core competencies. The ability to turn around our launch pads and launch with frequency greater than every 3 years is imperative. Now, some people ask me questions on that already as we've talked about this, and it's like, how are we going to do that? How we can go from 3 years to something significantly less, to what I think should actually be inside of 1 year? And I'll point you to our history. We have a nice infographic that's coming out from Mercury, Gemini, Apollo through the shuttle program. I don't think it would surprise many of the folks in the room that our average launch cadence was closer to 3 months throughout all those programs, not 3 years. In fact, if you want a history tidbit, you look at the time when Apollo 7 splashed down to when Apollo 8 launched, you're approximately 2 months apart. We need to start getting back to basics and moving in this direction. So rebuilding the civil servant workforce and restoring core capabilities. Again, that will directly contribute to NASA's launch cadence, where we're going to endeavor to get our launches inside of a year, specifically down to potentially 10 months. And then we are going to add missions. In fact, we're essentially going to pull in Artemis II to launch in 2027 with a revised mission profile. So instead of going directly to a lunar landing, we will endeavor to rendezvous in low Earth orbit with one or both of our lunar landers, test out integrated operations between Orion and the landers, ECLSS systems, even to the extent possible, if we can get up development components of our XEVA suits to test out vehicle interfaces, even just getting an astronaut in a suit in microgravity, we can learn a lot with the idea that we should be learning, and take this information back to inform hardware development, whether it's in the landers or in the suits before Artemis IV, where we will attempt to land on the moon. We are also, as a component of the strategy, endeavoring to preserve up to 2 landing attempts in 2028. So if we get it inside of the 10-month turnaround time that we would like to see, Artemis II will launch on its historic mission in the weeks ahead. Artemis III will have its opportunity, if we can, by mid-2027, which sets us up for an early 28 and a late 28 opportunity. So that is the approach that we are taking at a very high level. I will tell you, we're not surprising our industry or our stakeholders at this press conference right now. We've been having these discussions for a long time. In fact, I give a lot of credit to NASA and its team. No one at NASA forgot their history books. They knew how to do this. They've had plans like this for a long time. Now we're putting it in action. We had a chance to have these discussions across all of our industry partners, all of the prime contractors on the SLS vehicle, both of our HLS landing providers. Everybody agrees this is the only way forward. And I'll say, had similar conversations with all our stakeholders in Congress, and they're fully behind NASA in this approach. They know this is how NASA changed the world, and this is how NASA is going to do it again. With that, I'll hand it over to Amit.
So a big announcement there, a major overhaul in the Artemis program that could see 2 moon landings in the year 2028. We will just have to wait and see how things go with that. Well, thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus. We streamed an extra hour today, so 5.5 hours today that we've been live streaming since we started earlier to take that NASA news conference live on YouTube and on Facebook. So thanks for joining us. Hope you have a great weekend. Fox 35 Weather Plus is next. You're going to want to stay tuned for that. Then the 407 and Fox 35 News at 5 after that. And I'll be right back here on Monday with more Fox 35 News Plus. So keep it on Fox Local, where the news never stops there. We're going to give you a look again at downtown Orlando here as